can take this plate back to the van. Okay. Alright, good evening, afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Good Godfather channel. My name's Xwan, and thanks for stopping by today. You can be sure to check out everything that I am into and am about by going to If you're on Twitch, you're on DLive, you're on Instagram, Facebook, Gap, Minds. Pretty much all those you can just hit at Good Godfather, all one word, and you'll find me. If you're on Twitter, if you want to tweet, we like to do the tweet storm thing. That's at Good Godfather OR, as in Good Godfather Oregon. So that's where I'm from here, hailing from the great state of Oregon, northwestern Yamhill Valley of Oregon. And then also on Telegram, you can find me at Good Godfather Xwan, XWAN, Good Godfather Xwan. Alright. That just about covers it. I mean, if you want more details, hit me up. Well, also check the links in the comments or in the description. You can find us at Discord. I'm gonna have my Discord up here, just in case. I haven't really gotten very used to the whole Discord thing yet. I'm not a big Discord fan, but what it is. And my boy Eamon in the chats, modding the situation. Here I go. We're going to talk about something really serious today. It's been on my mind. I've been really wanting to cover a lot of more theological stuff. As you've seen, I've been in the studio, working on some music. You can see over here, there's some guitars, and I've got some check marks, and this is a list of songs over there, and we're working through. We've got beats, synth, bass, pretty much laid out for most everything. Closest song I have to being completely finished is the song The Reprobate, which is a remake of an old song called St. Francis of Assisi with different lyrics. And I've just got I've got a list now of 17 songs. I figure that's a fitting number these days. Very popular. Wink. But I want to cover something that I feel is an issue that I think I've got a better handle on it than most people, especially in the believing world. If you're a believer in God, in Jesus, in the gospel of Jesus, and you come across this topic a whole lot. There's a certain way that those folks tend to approach it, and I've just got a different handle on it than other people. There's a lot of hype about it, but there's a lot of misunderstanding about it, which is Satanism and the Occult and Luciferianism. It's a very big hot topic. Everybody wants to talk about it when it comes to Illuminati, elites controlling the world, and NWO, New World Order, all that stuff. Conspiracy theory end of things, and what I want to deal with is less the conspiracy theory oriented side of things, and really kind of look at the, what's the heartbeat behind the whole topic. Occult, sacrifice, sacrificial system, magic rites, ritual, these kinds of things. Also, when it comes to this topic, we're going to deal with kind of Christian tradition, Christianity, the whole issue of, we just got through with Easter. Is Easter a pagan holiday? Are you worshiping Ishtar on Easter? One thing I am going to debunk, and I'll probably maybe just address it really first right up front, before we get into the really heady stuff, is the cross. And it's become kind of a common supposition, sentiment to say that the cross is Mithraic. It's the institution of Mithraism that it comes from. That comes from the Mithras cult, and that coming from Constantine. But that one is pretty easy to debunk, actually, because, as I will put here in the comments, these are some links that I didn't have ready, but you'll bear with me, and I'll bring it up here. What's on my tablet? Power on the tablet. Hope everybody's having a good day. I feel like I've been pretty productive on the whole creative end of things, so I'm taking a minute here to work on something a little more, like I said, theological, because that's important. That's the most important element of kind of what I do. Yeah, I'm a musician. Yeah, I'm an artist, but the reason that I do those things is spiritual. I believe that I'm participating in a spiritual action whenever I'm creating. And actually everybody is whenever they're creating, and whenever they're creating anything, whatever they're doing, whatever they're thinking any given moment is actually a spiritual thing. It's a spiritual experience. In fact, I am of the mind that that which is spiritual is really the foundations of all reality. What is invisible is what is forming the basis for what is visible, and that all of visibility and material experience emerges out of the spiritual invisible reality. That reality is an expression of the invisible. And I can go on and on and on about that. That sounds very heady, very trippy, like, whoa, what does this mean that, like, reality isn't real, man? Like, no, on the contrary, reality is real, is very, very real, and the two sides, as they seem to be separate, two separate sides, really what we're seeing on the seeing side of things is the way things are on the visible side of things. But we have to understand what those invisible things are and recognize them and acknowledge them for what they are. And those are things like truth, faith, hope, love, good, evil, knowledge, ignorance. Those are things you don't see. You can know things about what you do see, and you can know based on what you do see. But the experience of knowledge is something that is hidden. Yes, your brain and your material senses do facilitate the experience of knowing or interfacing with reality. But knowledge itself, as a substantial, immaterial thing, is just that. It's immaterial. It's nonsensical. But here, let me pull up this link too, because I want this in the I'll put this in the comments. And then we're gonna watch some videos, because we're gonna talk about Satan. Who is Satan? What is Satan? Where do we get this idea of who the Satan is? Is Satan a person? Is Satanism the worship of a person known as Satan? And if it isn't, what is it in reality? And that's what we're going to deal with. I've been trying to get my head around where I would be going, with theology and stuff like that. And I figure this is kind of more an issue that I've got a handle on that other folks don't really, especially in the world of Christianity and Bible teachers and so forth. Like when it comes to Christianity and teachers of the New Testamental perspective, there's a lot more that's emotionally responsive, reactive to Satan. Oh, we gotta get Satan. He's this big problem. They see Satan as a person enemy that you have to go and get and destroy, and really the only answer to Satan and Satanism is kind of a defensive stance. And I'm not saying any of that is wrong or anything, but this is kind of like a know your enemy course, and that's where it starts actually, was understanding the enemy. Who is the enemy? Why is Satan the enemy? And how do we understand that? So now that my tablet's on, it's going to blow up with notifications that I've gotten on other devices, but it feels me to record and distribute them to me as well. So, taking a rip on that puppy there. a link to a PDF file which you can download and read. And that's what I'm going to pull up. I'm actually going to put that in the window here. I'm also going to adjust this with this. Notice that it looks like background images, so I'm going to pull this down. And smaller here. Make that a little more palatable. I'm going to come over here and in the ground. Start using this as my background. First. Link. For those of you who don't know who or what Good Godfather is, my name is Xwan. I'm a guitar player, singer-songwriter. I've been performing in the world of rock music now since this is 20 years now. I'm going to be 36. I started my first band when I was 16. And have had an illustrious career. Career, we can call it that. More of a minister, you know. I'm an evangelist. My bias is evangelical, Christian, New Testamental. I was baptized at Foursquare Church. Came to believe in God when I was 11 years old when I was baptized on 6/6/96, which is interesting to look back on. And baptized then and have pursued a faith relationship with the God of the New Testament. Yeshua HaMashiach. And so that's my bias. You know, I make no bones about my bias. I think it's good to acknowledge your bias, so I'm not biased. I'm sorry it's so noisy. I really thought that I had gotten to the bottom of the noise last time on this micro. Sometimes it's noisy, sometimes it isn't. So we're just gonna roll with it. Okay, there is the link to the PDF. Really exciting here. Cross Christ. So anyway, all the music and stuff I've been involved in now has led me to the experience that I am now cultivating as an artist, which is what I call Good Godfather. That is me working out my life and faith, fear and trembling for our good Godfather. Trying to get this link also in the Twitch chat. Here it comes. Nice. There we go. So, here you have it. Now we can get into it. Alright. Oh yeah, let me do this. my background will be the Liturgy of St. James, considered to be the oldest Christian worship service on record. Oops. Move that. I want to do like this. Oh, Alright, so there's that rolling, and now for the crucifix, y'all. Over here. So we go with that video. We're going to take this. Here we have, well, this is one of the oldest here, 3rd century, in the 200s. We have that famous graffito with parody of the crucifixion scratched and plastered on the wall of the Imperial Palace on the Palatine Hill, Rome, in the 3rd century. Museo Palatino. And I don't remember the translation, but it's making fun of a kid. It's like some kid being made fun of. So Alexamenos worship God. So this is the God that Alexamenos worships, being, lamb stuck on a cross. And there you have a very distinct cross being for the cross. So 432, you can make an argument. There comes the cross after 432, but there is crucifixion during the 2nd, 3rd century here, bloodstone. And the trustees of the British Museum Department. So here we have a cross and a dude on the cross. Okay. Some Greek inscription, which says, which may be interpreted as Son, Father, Jesus Christ, followed with certain magical names. Soam, Nuam, vowels, and possibly the word hung up. Back of the gem displays for the 9 lines. The string of words contains 2 names from other magical texts, Bade Tokvoth and Satraper. The letter of Egyptian derivation meaning great satrap Kemep. Also present, however, is the name Emmanuel, who God is with us. taken by Christians who reference to Jesus, prophesied in Isaiah 7:14. Although the church strongly disapproved of magical amulets, which were pervasive in the Greco-Roman world, some Christians did continue to use them. The image of the crucified Christ may, however, have been employed by a pagan magician who borrowed what he perceived as a symbol of great power. Even in Jesus' lifetime, pagans and Jews were said to use his name for magical purposes. So, okay, magical... you can make the argument that, so we got mid-4th century, that's more in the territory of where we would go. The point being, though, that this is so much earlier than Constantine and the Constantinian shift and Constantine taking over on the religious ritual end of things, that it really is kind of hard to argue that the cross is some Mithraic image, that because Mithras and the cult of Mithras was pretty, I don't want to say exclusively, but definitely heavily Roman. The Roman emperor himself is supposed to be like the high priest of this cult, as well as the Sol Invictus cult, and it was largely secretive, not necessarily mainstream Roman religion. So to say that, it's just kind of like the religion of the masses would be kind of disingenuous. To say it directly ties, these Mithraic followers of Mithras then hijacked the tradition of Christianity to Mithraize it, and that would be kind of I don't know, it's a stretch for me. It's a stretch for me to see or to believe that, really. I mean, I definitely see an influence of paganism in Christianity. It's definitely beyond the influence there. There's also like a big... I don't blame Greek believers for understanding the universality of what the work of Messiah of Israel was. It's a huge battlefield. I know there's a lot of argument, and you've got a whole class of Jewish people who aren't believers in Messiah, Yeshua as Messiah. They're expecting some dude to come riding on some giant horse, and he's gonna free all the people from captivity, and decimate all the enemies of Israel and establish Israel as this global state that literally rules the world. The world will be ruled by a Jewish Messiah who will, according to the Talmud, enslave those who are not Jews and and establish a Jewish ethno-state. That's what the Jews are expecting. That's what they want the Messiah to do. That's why it has to be like from this bloodline and yada yada yada. But the spiritual believers of the New Testament, this is the argument. Spiritual believers of the New Testament saw a spiritual Messiah. That Messiah is himself a spirit, and Yehovah being the spirit of Messiah, and that Yeshua as a man was united with the spirit of Messiah. Though he came from the bloodline of David, the Messiah is the son of Yehovah. He's not the son of David, explicitly, as like that is the the stamp of his messiahship, is that he's from David's line. Yes, David was a Messiah. He was anointed. He was anointed to be a leader and king over Israel. But so was Elijah. So were other priests and prophets. That messiahship doesn't necessarily belong just to bloodline descendants of David. but they are Messiah anointed by the Spirit of Yahuwah that inspires them, that animates their life. And that's the point of the whole thing about belief in Yeshua as Messiah, is that Yeshua fulfilled the spiritual purpose of Messiahship of the people of Israel as a spiritual body, a spiritually enlightened congregation, assembly of people. And that is the formulation of what the Christian church was, and that's why it extended into the outer realms. It crossed ethnic boundaries to where you're no longer, like, you have to be descended from a bloodline. When you understand the Spirit that chose Israel to be this bloodline, that chose this family blood archetype, and when you understand the Spirit of what chose that the Spirit is what enlivens you to, live a life in congruity of the spiritual purpose that there was there. Why did God choose a people? Are we all children of God after all? Why did God choose a people? He chose people to show that God is choosing people according to a certain principle. And he chose Abraham because of his faith. He chose Jacob because of his faith. He chose Isaac because of faith. To honor the faith, traces why is David from whom the Messiah comes, because of David's faith. Why was it David and not Saul? Because of faith. Why was it David and not Jonathan? Because of David's faith. And David's knowledge and understanding of who Yahuwah is. Why is the name of Yahuwah so important today to me, particularly? Why I emphasize that so much? Because what the name means. Everybody is really obsessed with names and nameism, and my name means this, and it's really important to people, but it's really important to people for a reason, and it mainly has to do with what the names mean, because there is that ties back into what I'm saying about spirit and spirituality and spiritual things, is because the name is a spiritual thing. You are deriving your being as a person from this word that has a spiritual power behind it, And that's where the whole magic and magic spells comes into play in occult, because when we shift gears here, we're going to talk about, modern Satanism. Where does it come from? Why is there Satanism? And, what is it really? What is it in substance and reality? And so with that, we can now shift gears over to this video. Nehemiah Gordon is, really one of the most, if not the most brilliant New Testament scholars. And he's not a believer in Yeshua as Messiah. He is a professed Karaite Jew. Let's see, and he's just a brilliant dude, and he has spent a lot of his career investigating manuscripts and translating these biblical texts. So he's I don't know what the nomenclature is, but he's studied at the Hebrew Institute. I forget what it's called, but so listen to what he has to say.
Getting back to Satan, Satan means enmity. We have another use of the word sitna, which appears in a much later period, and that is in Ezra 4:6. And Ezra 4:6, in the reign of Achashverosh, at the start of his reign, they drew up a sitna against the inhabitants of Judah and Jerusalem. These are the enemies of Israel. They don't want the Jews to rebuild the temple, so they draw up, and it says katvu sitna. They wrote a sitna. Sitna is a letter of enmity, but it may also at this point have taken on the meaning of accusation, or that might be part of the connotation here. Meaning, because the letter wasn't just a letter from an enemy, it was saying, hey, these guys, you can't let them build the temple, they'll rebel against you. So there's a connotation here of accusation, and that was, the rabbis ran with that to the point where they talk about Satan they refer to as kategor. That is the the prosecuting attorney. And it literally is the term for a prosecutor, right? There's the defense attorney and there's a prosecutor. And so in rabbinical thought, Satan is not just the enemy, which he is, and an adversary, which he is, but he's also the prosecutor standing before God and doing kind of what he did in the story of Job, saying, well, okay, he serves you, but you only did good to him. Now harm him and see what happens. But kategor, that is, it's actually a Greek word, kategor. It's the Greek word for a prosecutor. It's like you would say in America, the district attorney. The kategor, the enemy, is this almost like God is not almost like God is standing, or God is sitting on his throne, and there's two different angels before him. There's the prosecutor, and then the accuser, that is, and then there's the defense attorney. And we actually have that in Zechariah chapter 3, verse 1. And there, Joshua the high priest, or Yehoshua. Then he showed Yehoshua the high priest standing before the Malach Yehovah, the angel of Yehovah, and Satan standing at his right hand as an enemy against him, as a Satan against him, which might mean as an accuser against him. Right? So the JPS and the NIV both translate to accuse him. That is a possibility here, that it means enemy, but it also means accuser. And in Matthew 4 and Luke 4, we're not seeing it in the sense of accuser. I think we're seeing it in the sense of he's coming to do the test, similar to what we saw in 1 Chronicles 21. But there is that understanding in Judaism, and it comes from this place in the Tanakh, that Satan is not only an enemy, he can also be an accuser, just as we have a letter of accusation by the enemies of Israel. In Zechariah 3:2, it goes on, it says, Yehovah said to Satan, Yehovah rebuke you, Satan. Yehovah has chosen Jerusalem, rebuke you. Is not this man a burning stick snatched from the fire? And the image we have there is that Satan comes as the accuser, as the enemy, to say, hey, you've got to punish Jerusalem. And who stands in Israel's defense? Yehovah does.
Amen.
There's no intercessor there. There's no intermediary. Yehovah stands up and he says, I rebuke you, Satan. You know, you're accusing, I'm going to defend Israel. The judge himself defends Israel. So, this whole scene with Satan is absolutely fascinating. What we have in Matthew, we didn't get past verse 1.
No. Wait.
All right. So there you go. That's that's kind of our founding element here of, like, when we think about Satan, we want to hold on to. I think we've really been trained to understand Satan as being this one person, this one character in a story, some mythological figure with horns, and I don't really think that's even a Christian sentiment. I don't think it's really a popular idea even in the world of Christianity. I think people come to really, even the people that are the most vehement, like, get thee behind me, Satan, like they're really Satan warriors. They're gonna get out there and get Satan, that dude with his pitchfork and tail and everything. Even they, the way they treat it and the way they understand it, they're not looking for some guy wearing a red costume and he's got a mustache and stuff, as what is depicted often in like by Anton LaVey and other Satanists, that he's like, ooh, they're going to go out there and they're going to spook all the Christians because there's the guy, he's wearing the costume. And even Christians don't understand that, that human beings are human beings, and Satan is a spiritual possessor of human beings. So, but that's Satan. That's the word Satan and how we understand that. So but I want to now go to this guy, Tim Mackey, really popular. They got 1,080,000 views on this one about Satan. Tim Mackey and the Bible Project. Let's see what he has to say.
Variety of images. Another title in the New Testament is the devil, which is just the Greek word for the slanderer. This is actually fascinating. The devil is the Greek word diabolos, and Paul uses the word diabolos to describe men and women who spread gossip in a local church. So the devil isn't the only devil. Humans can play that role too.
Yeah.
So it's a title.
It's a title. It's a way to describe someone.
So, however, and we'll talk about this Satan, I think, in another question. But Lucifer has come to be a pretty popular name. So here's what's fascinating about Lucifer. Lucifer occurs nowhere in the Hebrew or Greek Bible.
Okay. It's not in the Bible.
Period.
As a name.
Correct. Yeah. In Isaiah chapter 14, we're back to Isaiah 14. Isaiah describes the ruler of Babylon, which I think is meant to refer both to the human and spiritual ruler behind icon of Babylon.
Yeah.
The actual king of
Yeah, it's the
Babylon,
ancient
but
way
then
of-
also
Correct.
the dominion he's under by
That's
some
the ancient
spiritual
way
people.
people understood
power
these things. These
behind
spiritual
Babylon. So Isaiah
powers
goes
of
into
the
this poem
gods
to talk about
that
how
reinforce their physical
the ruler of Babylon
power.
was like the morning star. In Hebrew, he says, it's the phrase, Helel ben Shachar, or the shining one, the son of the dawn.
Yeah.
This is brilliant on Isaiah's part. Isaiah
This is
sim-
Jupiter, right?
Venus.
Or Venus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's tapping into, astronomical phenomenon.
Yeah.
Of the last star that hangs on
Yeah, the brightest star.
from the sunrise.
Yeah.
The one that hangs on the longest as the sun rises. So, we call it Venus today. It's had lots of names, that planet has. But it's developed a lot of stories and mythologies in many cultures about the star that hangs on to, like, in rebellion against the sun. Like, I can
The
outlast
Last
you.
Stand.
Yeah, totally, the last stand. In Canaanite mythology, that figure is called Helel ben Shachar, the son of the dawn, the shining one. So what Isaiah is doing is he's actually tapping into a well-known story in Canaanite culture, and but he's also adapting it in light of the Genesis 3 story of the arch rebel who wants to ascend to God's throne and rule in God's place.
Yeah.
That's where the pyramid.
Not under God's authority, but as a god. So that's Isaiah 14. In about the somewhere in the 2nd to 3rd centuries AD. Okay, we're fast forwarding in time.
Okay.
Like a long time, 1,000 years. So after Jesus, 200-ish or 300 years, the Hebrew Bible and Greek Bible are being translated into Latin.
Yeah.
So Latin was one of the main languages spoken in the Roman Empire. And so when Latin translators, one of the most famous of which was a guy named Jerome, was translating Isaiah 14,
Later.
he translated that phrase, Helel ben Shachar, with the Latin word Luciferas, which means Venus, the morning star.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So that's what
Yeah,
that word.
That's right. So, and then in later church history, as Isaiah 14 got associated with Satan, that Latin word somehow became a proper name.
Got it.
So anyway,
So there you go. So there's where Lucifer is tied to the Satan, the enemy, who rises in rebellion against the judge, ruler, proper authority of the heavens and the earth. Spiritually, I was there. These are big Bible ideas, okay? So, really important to tie the words together because, when we're talking about fast forward to where we are today, we have Anton LaVey. We don't need to, I'll let you do your own, kind of Google, whatever, research on that, Wikipedia or whatever. You have this dude who has a history in the magic and the arts and stuff, but who is he? Is he a jaded Christian that really believes in God and believes in Satan, believes in his character, stuff like that? I think the answer would be no. Generally, here's the. I'm gonna give it to you now because I don't have necessarily this laid out in any specific platform, but one of the most important things that I think people have to understand is where Satanism now. Satanism is joined with atheism in that it doesn't believe in a god. These are not, there's theistic Satanism that a lot of people will talk to, but by and large, theistic Satanism doesn't even show up on the map when it comes to Satanism. First off, it's really small group of people who are atheists. Satanists. atheism obviously is bigger. Most people, I would say, without seeing the statistics, I would assume most people are kind of in this like hazy middle of like not being completely unbelieving, but also not really buying into much of like the theological allegory or definitely not the mythicism of the Bible and Western religion as it is, as it were. But atheism, carte blanche, just non-believing people who don't believe any of this stuff, but they don't even entertain certain esoteric, mystical principles of the knowledge of the ancients, right? That's where Satanism comes in. Anton LaVey being a magician under the discipleship, although I don't think he worked directly with Aleister Crowley or anything, but he definitely was influenced by Aleister Crowley and his teaching, and the world of the occult and the magical. And where do these things come from? Well, just like as Christianity has this ongoing thread of tradition that traces all the way back to Jesus, whether real or invented, that tradition follows a definite thread back to the ancients, and it derives its authority from coming from the original sources. We have the horse's mouth, right? You want to listen to anybody, you should listen to us, because we have that continuing thread of people who believed, but not only believed, but they were discipled in the teaching and the tradition of the elders and the saints of who were directly taught by Jesus of Nazareth, who then taught Peter, who then taught so and so and so and so, allegedly down through Roman time, occupying these seats of teaching, right? The bishop at one point was the elder, the term bishop, priest, elder, comes from this, from the Jewish teaching style of the synagogue, where you had the elder who was, an elder, somebody who knew what they were talking about, knew they had prominence in the community, and his presence in a meeting meant that things were ready to get going on, and you had, and order was in session, and people could then carry on in their, act of, what would be considered worship, and where the whole assembly is there being directed by these elders, and that points back to Moses and Sinai and how they were splitting up the government at that time. You got people look at king of Israel and kings and kingships and kingdoms and stuff, and it's really not very prominent in the thought to understand that from the time of Moses to the time of Saul, there was no king, which would have been a couple hundred years. And that's where you get the book of Judges, right? And that's where these people just rise up and they have a bunch of authority and they rule over different parcels and have their different issues to work out and establish and fight wars and against whatever warring tribes and so forth. But there was no king. Yahovah, the God of Israel, was the king over Israel. He had set his people free out of Egypt so they didn't have to live under a king. And then the people come to Samuel, famously in 1 Samuel, and they go, Samuel, we want a king. And Samuel brings this to Yahovah, says, God, they want this king. And he's like, don't worry about it. They are rejecting me, not you. So the very desire to have a king is a rejection of Yahovah as king. And that's the point. That's the thing that's really important for people to understand. Christians and Jews alike that share this history. This, is that the God of Israel is the God of liberty, who liberates his people. It was for liberty that you have been liberated. It was for freedom you've been made free. Whoever the Son sets free is free indeed. And that is where, that's where my big argument about America, why America is important prophetically and spiritually on the human timetable, is that principle of liberty. Do they worship Libertas, the Greek god of liberty, or and which would be like libertine values and just debauchery, or do they worship Jehovah, the God of liberation, who sets people free from slavery and oppression? And Yeshua points to what the crux of the issue is with liberty. And this will tie back into the Satanism things, because Yeshua points out whoever sins, he says in John, whoever sins is a slave to sin. But whoever the Son sets free is free indeed. Well, how does he do that? Dying on the cross, forgiving everybody of their sins, right? Forgives you of your debt. The wrong that you committed, as any just system operates, when you commit wrong, you owe something back to society for the wrong that you committed. You've committed murder, you've taken the life of somebody who's somebody's brother, somebody's son, somebody's child, somebody's daughter, somebody's husband, wife, whatever. When you commit murder, you've taken from the life of other people, and therefore your life then is demanded of you, whether it be your life or time or energy or what. And that operates still to this day as a land that, in the United States of America, where we have our big issue is the law. How do we operate our laws? How do we enforce our laws? How do we establish our laws in this country in order to function as a society, as a people working together? Well, it's the teaching of Anton LaVey, which he gets from Aleister Crowley, that the whole of the law is to do what thou wilt and harm ye not, right? Well, here's the problem, is that let me tell you why that's where they get that from. Because they know, here's the way that, Satan and Satanism works. We have to understand who it is and what it is that Satan really is. And so in order to get there, we're going to talk to Nicholas Schreck. Who knows if he still holds to these sentiments to this day. I'm not going to, hold his words against him now. I will extend the grace and mercy of Yehovah, our beloved Creator, who created us in His image and likeness. And I will extend that grace and mercy that comes from Him over our beloved Nicholas Schreck. But listen to what he has to say here in this interview. This is a great interview. It's a decent interview because the interviewer, Bob Larson, is a goon. He's just a goofball, he's just... he's in way over his head in this interview, and I think that's where Nicholas Schreck thinks that he's going to, get one over on him and make him look like such a fool by looking just so intelligent and really, reinforcing the ideas that you can see that are behind the way he approaches this. But I want you to hear what he has to
For
say.
anyone who wants to be a Satanist, we don't say welcome
The homeless,
to
the handicapped, those with
I don't
multiple
care.
sclerosis
I don't
need not
want the
apply.
homeless, the handicapped.
The
That's
people
your
in Mother
job.
Teresa's home
You've
for the
take-
dying and the
you've take-
destitute, they need not apply.
I don't want them. You've
should
taken
they?
that on your shoulders. That's your job. You're doing a great job with the homeless. You help everyone. We're helping those who help themselves, as it says in your Bible. And you can take the weak.
No, it doesn't say that in the Bible.
You can take the decrepit. You can take the...
I love as it says in your Bible. Well, it doesn't say that in the Bible. You just look like an absolute douchebag. But, anyway.
people who can't help themselves. We don't want them. It's simple. It's very
All we're
simple.
saying is if
The
you-
homeless you don't want to shelter?
No, I don't want to shelter people who can't take care of themselves. Why
You
can't
shelter
they?
the
hungry, the
homeless
starving,
and
you
you
don't
have
want to feed?
more.
Dina, go ahead, Tina. What were you saying?
That produces more of the same. There has to be some change. If you look at the animal kingdom, how is the animal kingdom able to survive. There is no such thing as homeless.
Back to social Darwinism again. In the animal kingdom, you preserve what is strong.
Hang on.
You give more food to the stronger animal.
Until humans
you don't feed
intervene
the
and start
weaker
killing
one.
the
I'm
animals.
trying to...
There's no welfare in
Nicholas,
the animal
I'm
world.
trying to remain as academically detached as I possibly
It's not
can.
an academically
but what you're
detached
saying
question.
is so absolutely disgustingly outrageous. Now,
And
just
to
wait,
me-
just wait a minute. Let me.
To you.
To me,
Zena,
it's disgustingly outrageous
Zena.
that you would help these weak people who are draining our resources, who are causing so many problems. We could be doing positive things in the world.
Zena, I want to ask
These
you.
weaklings are
What is
taking
po-
away
Yeah,
all of our
well,
energy
that's-
and resources. And you've decided to help them. That's disgusting to me.
You've never been to a refugee camp.
Why would I possibly want to go to a refugee camp?
Well,
Look at this.
Zena,
Let's see. I've got to go back a little further here.
I don't really believe that I would need to worry about walking down a dark alley and being followed by either of you
Absolutely
with
right.
a gun in your pocket. But what you have just said,
Here's,
let me finish.
present a scenario
What you have
to
just said, articulated to the masses, particularly in a dysfunctional society where people are filled with all types of anger and rage because of past abuses. What you're really doing, I think, is potentially lighting a fuse. I'm not worried that you're going to pull a gun out of your pocket and shoot me in front of these cameras,
what we're
but
saying
I
is
don't.
we take
But
example
I
of
don't know
why
that somebody
society
else
is
might
the
not
way
do
it
that
is in
because
the
of what you
first
said.
place.
You're
Okay,
not
let me-
willing to condemn murder.
Let me answer your questions in 3 points. The masses. We have no regard for the masses. Satanism is a religion for the elite.
There it is.
It is
Boom.
a
Okay, we're gonna go back 3 seconds.
We have no regard for the masses.
We have no regard for the masses.
Satanism is a religion for the elite.
Satanism.
It is a religion for leaders. It's a religion for competent people. It's not a religion for anyone who wants to be a Satanist. We don't say welcome
The
to
homeless,
the
the
club.
handicapped, those.
I-
There it was. And then he goes on, you know, it sounded like just so yeah, you know, there you have it. Satanism, the religion of the elite, and so why Satanism? You know, what? It's not like they only disbelieve the Christian God, you know, but that's the thing, is that the very reality that they are tying themselves to these forms, these words, you know, Satanism, you know, that is implicitly and explicitly biblical, you know, Judeo-Christian heritage, you know, that's where it comes, you know, we're talking about these words that are in Hebrew, in the Hebrew Bible, and we hear them today. And so why hang on to these things? And it has to do with just what the essence of the term is. This is like, I don't even think they understand this stuff. I don't think it's not like they went through the process of really thinking through, like, oh, we're Satanists, you know, like, I think that it was, for them, it's all kind of like a game. It's all like a shock and awe deal, because, you know, they don't believe in any of these things. It's a game of mockery. And that's where you got to look at it less as, people have to learn to look at this less as, you know, this religion that believes some things and they all adhere to these beliefs, and they all kind of orchestrate themselves that way. They instead need to look at it as a religion that it stands against and is opposed to the religion, and therefore takes on religion for the sake of religion, and thus they that the thing that is that the New Testament is prescribing against. You know, that human life, the human spirit, is designed as such to not be bound and tied to these rites and rituals in order to achieve some, spiritual enlightenment or whatever. But that, we are truly spiritually enlightened the more free we are to acknowledge what is the truth, the truth about who we are, and to acknowledge the outline of the nature in whose nature we were created. So so the idea where people are looking for all these things, they're looking for, when people say, Satanism, Luciferianism, tying it to like magic traditions like Freemasonry and whatever, Rosicrucians and all the Bill Cooper stuff. It's fine and good, but people are looking for all that stuff on the outside, and where they're hidden in plain sight, you're not allowed to really acknowledge them because all of that's just coincidence. But when you have people's word, like this guy is the spokesperson for Satanism, what the Church of Satan is and represents, okay? And what he doesn't know or understand, I don't, whether he is intentionally dishonest about this or not is irrelevant, because the whole principle behind what Satanism is opposed to what? Christianity. Well, what is it that Christianity is? Well, it's the belief that there is a God, and that God's name is Yahweh, and that He sent a Son, His only begotten Son, whose name is Yeshua, to perform this act of forgiveness by offering His life in exchange for the lives of others, so that people could have a life filled with the rewards of knowing the truth and being free. And therefore, unbeknownst to these people who say like, oh, they're free, it's all about freedom, and like they're truly free people, and they're a different species. She'll go on in that interview to say, oh, we're a different species because of the things that we choose to do and say and so forth. And believers in God and Christ or whatever are different species. It's all a lot of abstract. These are spiritual things. You can't acknowledge that they're spiritual because they landlock the discussion to be like, no, it's just like this. You people are a bunch of idiots. We're elites and know what we're doing and talking about, even though they don't even know. Like, you are intrinsically tying yourself to the Christian tradition and saying, as a way of saying that, there's an end to it. Those things are coming to an end. We're going into the age of Satanism, which he also says in that interview. Thousands of Satanists are going to come up in the 90s, and it's going to be this huge movement. There are, there have been a lot of Satanists, but still a marginally very, very small group of people. And they really target very ignorant people that have like a tenuous knowledge of Christianity, and most of what they know from Christianity and the theology of the New Testament they get from their local pastor people who have a certain idea about things, and as long as they can answer the arguments of their pastors or their aunts and cousins and other family members, they found God and they get saved, and now they can quote all these Bible scriptures and be like, yeah, you gotta save yourself from hell, buddy, you better get baptized, do. And they'll have all kinds of interesting theological arguments and debates in order to, because they're trying to save their family, right? They're trying to save their family from hell. And so there's a lot of strength that people derive from Satanism and hanging on to this imagery and magic ritual, and that's the magic of it, right? That's where the magic comes in. Why magic? Why are they just not like carte blanche atheists? Why isn't it enough just to be like, I just don't believe this stuff, right? Why is that not enough? Why do we have to be like, oh, we're Satanists? Because they believe in the power of these forms, right? There's a verse in the Bible that says that they acknowledge the form but deny the power. They take a form of godliness and deny the power. And so that's where I say, Satanism is religion for religion's sake. They don't believe that there's all these forces. They are the force. They are the God. They are God enforcing their rule and authority over Earth by shocking you and scaring you into being afraid of them and giving them power, and that's what makes them elite. Not because they actually know anything or understand anything or have any more knowledge than anybody else, but just because by virtue of the fact that they can scare you. My camera's just not able to hang right now. Their power comes from the fact that they can just scare you into giving them power, and that's what makes them elite. Not that they have any actually real power. All they know is that they have the power to scare you and frighten you and make you look over here, and that's what makes you sheep. And in that sense, that's where they're winning the war, is by we as sheep caving to the power of their fear and not really being able to recognize like where their power really lies, and that comes from where you are putting your energy. You're not able to see or recognize how they're behind, your food industry. You're not able to see or recognize how they work in the darkness and deceit. That they're deceivers. Like their God is deceit. In the beginning, like you are of your father. Yeshua said to the Pharisees, says, "You are of your father, the devil." The world's first Satanists really are the people who were the enemies and the accuser of the chosen one of Israel, right? And it says you are of your father, the devil, the diabolos. Like Tim Mackey pointed out, the gospel is just like, how are we gonna get this guy? We're gonna kill this guy. We gotta figure out a way to take him out. Your father, the devil, who was a liar from the beginning, and that's. Satanism, by pulling on Satanism, by attributing yourself like, oh, I'm a Satanist, what you're saying is you are of the tradition that uses the lies in order to divide and conquer and to rule over others and enslave them. And thus, in your sin, you are a slave then to sin. You are a slave to always functioning on that level, always having to come up with another deceit. Always having to come up with another story. Always having to come up with another angle, another way of striving for more power. You've always got to, you can do whatever you want, and that's they always say like Satan sells you just enough of the truth to feed you a lie. Every amount of lie has just enough of the truth in it for you to believe it. People wouldn't believe it unless it had some semblance of truth in it. Some pattern they could recognize in what they're hearing, and they say, "Oh, that's true." And so then they accept all the other lies that come along with it, right? And so then it becomes a trick of blackmail. Even blackmail. Oh, you bought this lie. Now you have to defend that lie to the very end, because after all, you compromised on your conscience, and something. There's no room for remorse or regret or repentance at all. You just have to bury yourself deeper in whatever amount of deceit in order to sustain this lifestyle, this way of being, and so you'll say anything, you'll be anything, you'll go up. You don't care. You can say, "Oh yeah, dude, I'm a Christian." You can be like that's where a lot of Satanists become pastors of churches. I mean, there's all kinds of testimony out there of people that come out of the world. You want to know about satanic abuse, then listen to people who have been victims of satanic abuse. You're not going to get to the bottom of satanic abuse by just dismissing everybody who says that they're victims of satanic abuse out of the box. I mean, and that's that whole hypocrisy issue we're all facing right now. Is like, okay, you can say believe all women, but unless they bring up complaints against Satanism and the Church of Satan and satanic abuse, then it's, oh, we can't believe those people. They're trying to bring a problem against Satanism, which could only always be good, right? I mean, they're Satanists. Like, they wouldn't, sacrifice people. Like, come on, they're Satanists. Satanism, that's not even real, is it? A lot of people will dismiss it, like, out of hand. Like, oh, there's Satanism, Satanists. That's what they say about Christians. Their God. Like, God, Christians? What's a Christian? People believe that? Oh my God. They don't understand how the whole thing works. They don't understand that Satanism is not about Satan, it's not about worshiping Satan. Yeah, there's a couple of them, but Anton LaVeyan Satanism has nothing to do with worshiping some guy in a red costume and has horns and a tail. That's not Satanism. Satanism is, it's atheism, but with all the fringe benefits of esoteric occult knowledge and utilizing forms, ritual, in order to conjure a response out of other people. It's the same like why liturgical worship is so effective, as you're seeing in this screen, is because that's what being spiritual being is like the most definite article of evidence that suggests that we are spiritual beings, is that we're so affected by forms of ritual, senses, sights, sounds, that they conjure ideas that we're able to associate and bring them and take them to heart. You sing the songs because as you sing the songs and they become a part of you, you associate your ideas with sentiments and feelings, and that then turns into an action in the lifestyle and the way that you approach your life. That's why I do music. That's what music is to me, is because I'm taking the power that there is in the sounds and sights of music and imagery in order to conjure ideas that I think are good ideas for me and for other people, which everybody's doing, but that's so when people will say, a big reason why I wanted to go over this is because I was watching this whole thing with this Satan guy or whatever, I don't know, something X, Nas X, and the whole music video, and this all, everybody wants to talk about it and everything, but people are like, oh, I heard a talk show host say the other day, like, I don't think he's like a Satanist, because why would you? First of all, who is going to go out of their way to conjure the image and name and likeness of the manifestation and imagery, what is the spiritual being of Satan and all the ideas that come with it, of being an enemy, of being just against, of being a prosecutor, accuser that's always bringing a case against you, pointing their finger at you, and you better conform, you better that's what that whole music video is to me, is this guy who's totally caving on his conscience and wants to be like, sure, I will do anything for Satan, just to get a dime, I guess. I mean, whatever. But that is the essence of Satanism. It's not this, I believe in Satan and I think he's a good guy and God's actually the bad guy. Like Eddie Murphy quotes Sammy Davis Jr. as saying that, Satan's actually a good guy, dude. He has more power over God and stuff. And while there are all those people, you don't need to hold those kinds of beliefs. It's just the forms. The forms of, I'm going to take action and make choices that are going to be deceptive, and I'm going to use that deception in order to create more deception, and I'm going to use that deception in order to create more deceivers who will create more deception, so that I will have more power, people will be more divided and weaker, and they will be more subject to what I want them to do and say and be. Because I want the world to be a certain way, and if it isn't, I'm going to make it be that way. And I will beg, borrow, and steal in order to make that happen. I will kill, I will slander, I will do anything in order to get more power. And that's where all these things kind of come into line. The elitism, why Satanism is the original religion of the elites, on their own confession. The dude says, Satanism is a religion for the elite. Therefore, why are we so easy to excuse the elite for some common sentiment that we have that no, nobody can ever actually be a Satanist. No, they actively go after Satan, the people with talent. They talk about in that interview, and it's also been in others, where why, you see Anton LaVey with John Kerry back in the day, having a relationship with Marilyn Monroe. Sammy Davis Jr. and all these like prominent people. It's the same thing with Church of Scientology, who go after celebrities in order to legitimize, what they're doing. Because it's about control. It's about power. It's about a few people getting a hair and decided like, hey, this is a pretty good scam. I think this is gonna work out for us. We should do this. We should do that. And in order to set ourselves up, we'll be sitting pretty at the expense of everybody else. Giving everybody else the finger, right? Well, why is that a problem, right? Why is that bad? Are they bad people? At the end of the day, isn't it just kind of silly? This God thing. There was a friend I spoke to recently, and he's like, why can't we just grow up when it comes to like the Bible and believing in God and believing in Jesus? Sometimes like grow up. And I understand what he's saying. But the problem is what truly is the way? When Jesus says, "I am the way, the truth, and the life," the Father says, "Through me." What is it he's trying to say there? What is it that makes him the way? What is the thing that makes him the life? Is it because he said so in the Bible? And he did some really awesome things? Or is he trying to tell us who he really is? Is he trying to tell us, if you want to think about me, don't think about, a Jewish first century man who was a builder and grew up in a tense political environment. I think he's saying that when you think of me, think of what is the way to life and truth. The way, the truth, and the life. What makes him the way? Well, what makes him the way is that there's only one way to go. And that's just to be who you are. And who you are is... So that's why you see later in John chapter 17 how he outlines this big theological map of who he is and who we are. Father, I pray that they may be one, even as we are one. As you are in me, I in them, they in us. One. And that's pulling directly from the Shema. Shema Yisrael, Yehovah Eloheinu, Yehovah Echad. Yehovah Elohim, Yehovah Echad. Hear, O Israel, hear and obey, O Israel. I am that I am, who was, who is, who shall be. Hear, O one who wrestles with God, who's trying to figure God out. Hear and obey. One who hears and obeys. Hear and obey. I am, who was, who is, who shall be. The Almighty Elohim, who's the mighty authority, ruler, creator of the heavens and the earth. Who was, who is, who shall be. Echad, a one bundle of grapes. It's called a bundle of grapes. Echad, and bundle of grapes. There are the density of these of pockets of information. The whole thing comes together in a vine that branches out into these grapes and becomes fruit. That is Yehovah Echad. Yehovah Elohim is the one who branches out and becomes dynamic, interfaces with a reality that he creates. And we have that power. And so that's where, Satanism is drawing on that truth and then tries to get the corner on the market on that. And then turn around and accuse the market giver. The one who has the capital. The one who has the capital on who you are and what you're capable of as a free divine being with the powers of all the creation of the universe, to choose one way or another, to choose life or death. They're going to say, oh, we've got the corner on that market, and you are a scumbag, if you don't do things our way and see things our way, and even though, we got our name from you guys. The reason we are Satanists is because there's this Satan is a Bible character in the Bible of Christians. They don't say that they're, whatever Hindu devil, that cult or whatever. They're distinctly against the Western cult because that's their cultural environment. That's where they come up. That's what they grow up in. It's where they're birthed out of. It's just an antithesis to the thesis of what is Western Christianity. And it's hard to hold too much against them because of how much Western Christianity has been distorted and in the power that has animated Western Christianity in the modern age. So what do we got here? Bulls are just cows on ketamine. Right? You could say that. Or you could say that bulls are male heifers. What would be what's the proper nomenclature for that? Steel Pantera, thanks for the comment. It's stopping by here in Twitch. Kind of making my way around here. So if we're going to recognize Satanism for what it really is, we have to look in the right places. Just like we have to recognize, like, if we're going to believe Satanism, we have to know where it comes from. And if we're going to know where it comes from, we got to understand Christianity's thesis. What is the thesis to the antithesis? Is it really Christianity? Is it really the teachings of the New Testament? Is it really is it really an antithesis to the Gospels? Or is it an antithesis to something else? And I would argue that it's kind of both. On the one hand, it's an antithesis to the Gospels because, whatever it is the Gospels are going to posit to them, by and large, people are not really happy with what they end up with. 20th century, where with birth. By and large, whatever the real underlying thing is behind Christianity, even if everybody has it wrong here today, all the churches are wrong. Everything about it is just wrong. What we do have, good or bad, is not worth it enough to these people to, find something that they want to group themselves in. Which is fine. Free choice, right? I'm not a Calvinist, by the way. They have the freedom to choose, what they're going to be a part of. What they don't have the freedom in is the truth about what the teaching is, and that's the thing that's an ongoing debate within Christian circles, right? What is the power that the gospel has over Satanism is that's the thing that's of ongoing debate. What I would say, where the win is and where the loss is that Satanism and Luciferianism and magic and stuff, what it fails to understand is the universal oneness of who the God of the New Testament is. And they do that because they do that because they largely inherit what is a huge misunderstanding about what the New Testament teaches. Pastors have inherited their own lies, and that is largely what generated the antithesis. So people don't understand the gospel, they don't know how to communicate it, they don't know how to transmit it on down to the next generation. They don't understand the teachings of Yeshua, Mashiach, and the apostles who sent them. And because they haven't understand that after 2,000 years, became a telephone. Well, then you end up with Satan. However, Satanism holds on to its own line of tradition, which has intentionally set itself up in opposition to what the gospel is teaching, and that's that's a tricky one right there. Magicism comes largely from this thread of ritual that has kind of existed always under the surface of common consciousness, of collective consciousness. But that's where there's this really awesome interview. Maybe I can dig it up here. The people that dealt with the European Order of the Golden Dawn, I think they've really shifted their weight. See, yeah, they're like getting them up.
Oh, here we go.
Leo Zagami, yeah, here it is. Yikes. In this interview, they do a really good breakdown of this stuff. Might as well just watch it. Oh yeah, there's most recent comment is mine from 3 years ago. Energy is indecent change. Yeah, look at the reply. Here was my comment. All art is ritual and iconographic. There really is not a line. Energy is induced and transmitted, and images are conjured so as to invoke invisible imaginations. That is the mechanics of art. So the Satanists are right in saying that it is art, and it is, because they make a big deal. It's just a lot of theater, no big deal. Don't worry about it. We're just a bunch of artists, thespians, putting on a big ornate display in order to be like, isn't this ridiculous? Isn't religion ridiculous? Look at our flag. They really just make themselves. Let's watch this.
I'm Leslie McQuaid.
Hey, and I'm Rosicrucian Imperator David Griffin, and we're freshly back from our sojourn to Hollywood.
Yes, we were invited by a certain purple man to come down and see what they were getting up to at the Trump Star.
Well, it's kind of a strange story what happened. We have been, as you know, every month doing rituals with the new moon for the liberation of humanity from bondage and enchantment. And we'd been hearing about these folks down at the Trump Star at Hollywood Boulevard, the Purple Man and some other people that were down there doing rituals allegedly in sync with ours. So we decided to go down and investigate. And, well, it didn't disappoint. We showed you our ritual. last week, and today we are going to show you the results of our first Magic Wars investigative report. And we're going to show you a little bit right now what we found when we got there. And first of all, the Purple Man, the infamous Purple Man, nowhere to be found. Wasn't there.
The purple shirt is in honor of his notable lack of appearance.
Exactly. The only purple in this story is my shirt today. But anyway, we were always a little bit suspicious to begin with because it seemed a little strange to us. Thelemites, mentioned these in OTO and that they're in OTA. And it seemed kind of odd, Thelemites that were, are libertarian oriented or supporters of the Republic and these sort of things. It didn't make a whole lot of sense. But we thought we'd go and investigate anyway and see what we'd find. And wow, didn't disappoint. What we found was not at all what was purported to have been there. At least Purple Man was not to be found. Instead, he sent a couple of other ladies, and we're going to show you the ritual that they actually did. Tell us a little bit more about what you're doing out here.
Well, actually, BJ invited us. He is here in spirit. We are actually here today to reawaken the feminine divine. We are here to invoke Babylon and return her to her throne and hopefully overthrow this. I come before thee. Oh, that is the deepest depths of existence. Guardian of the seven great principles held within your will. Goddess of Hecate laid before the people within the mysteries of the blackness. Seen as the golden by your true seekers, I give myself all that I am to you, great Babylon. I lay before you all that is within me. I harness my animal as you ride the great beast so that I might serve you with my spirit. Oh, goddess of the gateway of death of life, all that is brought forth from the mysteries beyond the noise.
This guy's hilarious, isn't he? I love jabbing. 5. Dude, the soundscape stuff. If you're freaked out by this, I understand why you would be, but...
So have you ever seen a magic ritual before?
No.
Was it scary?
Yeah.
Really? You thought it was what was scary about it?
Like when how they saying it.
Really? Yeah. Oh, I see. Interesting, very interesting. Well, thank you for your opinion. Hi, I'm asking for opinions today on the magic ritual that you just witnessed. Would anyone care to make a comment? It looks satanic. It looks satanic. It looked like a satanic ritual. What made it look satanic to you?
The language. It looks satanic. I'm sorry.
So there you have what Leslie and I found. This is what was waiting for us in Hollywood, and you heard what people around the ritual had to say about it when Leslie asked them about it. Let's now find out what an expert has to say about it. We have here tonight with us Leo Zagami, who is a specialist in Satanism in Hollywood, who in fact just finished publishing this new book.
I think I've probably covered
Decline
this before.
of the Western Initiatic System and
so good.
the rise of Satanism in our society. So, Leo, welcome. Welcome to Magic Wars.
And actually, I'm glad to see for the first time my book because it's printed in the US, so I'm going to have to wait another
this is the first time you're
It arrived yesterday.
Yeah, here, have a look.
It seems like a big top.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's very crisp. Very crisp.
Thank you for that. I mean, I'm sure that when you see your own books, it's like having your own. It's a bit like a feed.
It's like you're seeing your new baby for the first time on the show. Wonderful.
Well,
oh, that's lovely.
Glad that you pointed out on the Hollywood subject, though. I mean, of course, it's one of the subjects that occurs in this book, because this book is based on the decline of our society, which reflects the decline behind the scenes of the secret societies, which have been influenced in negative ways. Of course, we can agree on some things, disagree on others, but I was very grateful because you gave me this interview for my book, and you did it without really knowing me prior to that. So I'm glad that you and also Mark Stavish agreed to participate at this last minute interview that we included in a book that, as you know, has been promoted on InfoWars. And it's part of my work. In Italy, I published also a book 3 years ago dedicated to Hollywood and also the music side of the Illuminati. So a specific book that hopefully I will bring out in the next couple of years also in the English language. But I must say that definitely we have been foreseeing what was going on in Hollywood, especially since in 2013, maybe this is not known to you, but there was an attempt to promote the Ordo Templi Orientis as the new Scientology in Hollywood. Oh. And one of the spokespersons that was coming out, even with a tattoo of the OTO on her arm, was Peaches Geldof, who died a year after promoting herself openly as a member of the Ordo Templi Orientis and as a sustainer of the cult of Thelema and Aleister Crowley. So not many people say that because, of course, Peaches Geldof, daughter of Bob Geldof, which is this immense figure, especially in the UK, where he also has been granted an aristocratic.
Ordo Templi Orientis. Okay, Ordo Templi Orientis. That's what he said. So write that down, kids. Taking notes.
Socratic title by the Queen. It's not very polite to criticize a figure like Geldof, but Peaches died because of something that accumulates a lot of these people involved in black magic, in the cult of Thelema especially, which is heroin, the abuse of heroin, of drugs, which was also known to have affected Aleister Crowley. Now, many historians from the OTO tend to defend Crowley, saying that he became an heroin addict because he had a subscription to a medicine, and this medicine basically was heroin based, and then he became an addict to it. At that time, let's remember that both heroin and cocaine were prescribed by doctors. But I can tell you that Crowley's use and abuse of the drug was far beyond the medicine thing, and actually.
So, if you're having a hard time understanding what he's saying Crowley, he's talking about Aleister Crowley, was addicted to heroin.
There is one thing that not many people know, and it's actually the OTO doesn't want you to know, and they don't want, of course, the world to know, that when Crowley died, they found a needle under his bed. He was injecting heroin up until the end of his life. So this is something they tend to kind of keep on the side, because they tend to glorify Crowley. Also, there's been for years this thing about Crowley not sacrificing human beings, but sacrificing his own sperm. And of course, in Italy, we have a joke. I learned it when I was a little kid. There was this joke, was like this. A guy masturbates into a balloon. He throws the balloon in the air and says, "My son died in the Air Force."
Right.
This is what they want us to believe about Crowley's details in the book Magic in Theory and Practice, where he actually says it very clearly. His favorite sacrifice is the human sacrifice, the blood sacrifice. Then, of course, everything else is a substitution. It can be the incense of the magic Abramelin, or it can be something else that you can symbolically, substitute. But for receiving that energy, he says, of course, you sacrifice animals and you sacrifice humans. So Crowley has been, in the last 20 years especially, since the Ordo Templi Orientis is trying to promote him in a different way amongst the New Agers. And the New Age, of course, is made of people that don't have such a hard stomach for black magic. When it's, so in the end, they had to tone down the figure of Crowley publicly through the media. And you can go on Google and see that there is over and over again people defending Crowley, saying, no, he didn't do human sacrifices, he was only talking about masturbation and blah, blah, blah. So this kind of going back and changing history is typical of people that are powerful, influential, and want to write their own version of history. It happened on many other subjects. Of course,
right, and it's not just the members of the OTO who are trying to gloss over the heroin addiction. If you watch the cultural programming that is coming out in the new television programs.
Supernatural, for example.
No. Specifically, Sense8. There's a program called Sense8 where they feature a heroin addict prominently as one of the heroes.
Right.
I'm seeing this more and more frequently, where people with heroin addiction are seen as natural, normal members of society, going about their lives. They just, excuse me, I have to go into the bathroom and shoot up now because it's 10:15. And I think that we're seeing this normalization of the heroin addict in popular media as a part of this desensitization to the topic in order to make Crowley more palatable.
And it's the same thing with the pedophilia, no? They are trying to lock a politician and change the public perspective about pedophilia to make it more acceptable, because now everybody's being exposed, and in the end they want to save the day. 11 years ago in Italy, the Grand Master of the Ordo Templi Orientis, the representative, of course, of William Breese and Bill Hedrick, and the guys who have in their hands the OTO, which is this triad, Romano Duquette, Bill Hedrick, and William Breese, the representative was called Alberto Moscato. Alberto Moscato, I met him several times, was a particular kind of character because he was a military. He was himself in the Guardia di Finanza, which is a police force. He was in charge of busting pedophilia on the internet. And at the same time, he was shooting heroin. And he died of an overdose.
Wow.
Of course, the Ordo Templi Orientis had to keep this one also very secret. So as you can see, this theme seems to repeat itself. And when it repeats itself, it means that, like Leslie was saying, there must be some kind of, also normalization phase where heroin addicts are brought into society as acceptable.
Right.
Right.
Also, they presented a very sort of positive image of Crowley on the television series Supernatural, where they made Crowley the king of hell after Lucifer was deposed. And they presented him as a sort of a comical, jovial figure. Certainly not, but they actually chose an actor who looked something like Aleister Crowley, so I don't think this is an accident.
Hello, boys. Pleasure, etc.
It's Crowley, right?
Crowley.
You're Crowley.
Crowley.
I'm Crowley. I run hell. Was Punk-ass crossroads demon. Now, king of hell.
No, it seems as though they're purposefully trying to whitewash and rewrite who Crowley was in his personal life, and not just his spiritual life, in order to make him a more sympathetic person, which he clearly is not. None of us would ever take advice from a full-blown heroin addict who is known to bugger little boys. We just wouldn't. And yet these are the type of people.
Defense that they try to defend Crowley also about the subject of pedophilia. They say, no, Crowley was against. The Lema says that you have to condemn those who take the will of other people, and so also the will of little boys. Well, to these people, I would like to remind them that the experience of Aleister Crowley in the Abbey of Cefalù for 4 years was anything but protecting the little children. Often they participated to these sexually deviant rituals. In one of the rituals, Leah Herzig was made to be having sex with a goat, and the goat was chopped off his head at the moment of ejaculation. I mean, we're talking about some really sick stuff going on in the film.
Wow.
And there was for all, I mean, this abbey now is a relic, but still with Kenneth Anger went there in the 50s, he managed to scrape off the walls that now are in very bad state, and to see these images that were very provocatory for that time. I mean, we're talking about satanic brain full of cocaine. One of the things that appears as a phrase is cocaine. So drugs are definitely part of Crowleyanity. Of course, if you go into this booklet that I have here and that nobody has, which is the, as you can see, Ordo Templarientis Handbook of the Lodge Master, basically of the people who are in charge of their camps, of their oases. They have different things because, as you know, when they have less members, they are chartered as a camp, then an oasis, and then a lodge. Well, in this handbook, we find material which is very interesting on how they keep the secrecy of their members, of their practices. And of course, I also have this myself when I was myself in the Ordo Templarientis. They tend to push the card of the honest people when they show to their Minervals that they don't do drugs, that is strictly forbidden in their meetings, and blah, blah, blah. Of course, once you go up the ladder in the upper degrees, where you are signing also non-disclosure agreements, because many people don't know this, but it's also written in the handbook that they sign non-disclosure agreements in the upper degrees. At this point, what happens? They get involved in things. I mean, I wasn't in the OTO myself for that long before I started wandering into all sorts of deviant situations that were around me. And I really saw that it was clear to me, like for also others around me, that simply they don't want the police or the authorities to not know they were, the certain things were done. So you have to maintain an image in front of the public.
All right, that was a really important point. I just wanted to stop honing in on that. That, when it comes to people that are twisted and psychotic, criminals, they're doing the worst things you can imagine. They're not gonna go on your front door, go door to door, and be like, "Hey guys, just so you know, we're cannibal pedophiles over here, and boy, we love sacrificing goats and children, and so if that makes you uncomfortable, we're real sorry, but just thought we'd let you know." No, they're not gonna do that. They're not gonna go out of their way and be like, "Yeah, that's me. I'm a guy that does that kind of stuff," because they know it's sick and it's wrong. That's the thing, is that there's that shared thread of conscience that people can recognize intuitively, that when you do things that are destructive, that's destructive behavior. When you destroy something, that's not going to result in a net, growth of good things. So, so they got to keep this stuff secret and hidden because, they're just so elite, and, you simple little people wouldn't understand, but, if you were in my place, then, you would, and you would be doing just what I'm doing. You're no different or better than me. And it's just this, constant juxtaposition of just, who are you? I'm me. You, who cares, if I get away with it, then I get away with it. It's about getting away with it, because I don't care if they get caught. At the end of the day, they think they can lawyer their way out of it, and that's what you see doing. Because that's why so many of them are lawyers, so they can lawyer their way out of this horrendous behavior. And you're not going to be able to afford the lawyer, and so they're just going to get away with it anyways. And in large part, many of them have, But a day is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is a day with the Lord. So, where people think that they've gotten away with it for generations, well, generations pass and it catches up to them, and that's where a lot of these, that's the deal with royalty, and how that was the way royalty functioned, and it always backfired on them, and Marie Antoinette's and so forth. And, that's the big deal about the age that we're in. We lived 250 years after the American Revolution. This is the most revolutionary idea ever that is the fruit of these spiritual things that were the literal seed that was in the ground in Jesus of Nazareth. When his seed went in the ground, his life went in the ground. What it came up as, fast forward, 1,700 years to the American Revolution. That's the fruit of that idea to this day. The most obviously revolutionary nation state to ever emerge out of the mind of man, and to this day it's also the most brought more people out of poverty. You actually have a middle class. There was never a middle class before. There was a servant peasant class and the upper class. That's the elitism. That's the thread of tradition that kind of goes back to these few people that have a lot of power, and they've got all the special knowledge because they can get all the right, like, little philosopher teachers that they're inaugurated in this ancient secret tradition that those little secrets never went away, and that's the stuff that you're going to need to know if you're going to rule over all the masses. Yeah, can I help you? What's going on? Oh. Well, they take care of either way. Right? So yeah, that's the elitism of the royalty and stuff. What America did was it recognized the power in the citizenry to take care of themselves, and that really when royalty and elites get involved, they just tend to muck things up, and when they tend to overreach on their power, that's a sure sign that they're on the tail end of their power, because absolute power corrupts absolutely, and when you don't understand the energies of the universe, and you're not able to recognize where the true power really lies, being, in the humble servant of a man, giving up of his life for the sake of many. You were failing to recognize how that is the energy that operates all of reality, down to the smallest seed that goes into the ground that you plant your crops in order to harvest, and that gathers rain, and you can actually physically manipulate an entire landscape that way. The Sahara Desert used to be not a desert, but lots of farmland that went away because it didn't take care of the land the right way. They didn't recognize the energies. They didn't recognize the energetic flow of reality, that when you tend to these things, you don't when you preserve the life that's in a thing, that's the way that you can have a rich, abundant life, rather than when you just exhaust everything and drive it to the absolute point of extinction where it can never come back. It never comes back, and then you say to yourself, what the heck happened? I used to be the greatest superpower in the world. Oh, Rome, flying on the wings of eagles. and then you overstretch yourself because, you're operating in a capacity that is contrary to the nature of reality. So, really important.
That was of being, against pedophilia, against Satanism, against drugs, against everything that is negative. But then, of course, when you go with them behind the closed doors, everything that they were publicly against, it was practice. Wow. This is so. Of course, Satanists, and you said it yourself once in private to me, David, are liars. You wrote that to me, and I agree fully. So you can never really trust a Satanist in what they say.
The problem is that a goodly number of Satanists consider misdirection to be a virtue, the ability to misdirect. I mean, it's kind of like in Islam, or Orthodox Islam, where they consider taqiyya, or lying to infidels, to be actually a virtue. So it's similar.
Even some branches of Islam where having anal intercourse is considered a positive thing to avoid losing the virginity.
By the way, you know, you've opened my eyes a lot. You know, I never really understood so many things about OTO until I met you, and I began to hear these things. And Leslie mentioned to me something today that I think is should be alarming in itself, and that is that OTO today has a caliphate. A caliphate.
Yes.
It is a caliphate. Like who? Like ISIS tried to set up.
The use of the word caliphate that McMurtry, the first caliph, who was Menos Alpha, because then after his death was followed up by William Breeze, he actually went around at the end of his life with a turban. And I mean, when you go into the Minerval degree, you are greeted by what is supposed to be a Muslim inside the tent. I don't know if you ever read the Rituals of the Ordo Templi Orientis, but the first figure that you meet, you encounter, is supposed to be somebody from the Ashashin sect, some say, but then it becomes more clear when you go into the tent, and he says that he's Saladin. Saladin was a very important, as you know, warrior of Muslim faith. Right. So basically here you are engaging in an heresy of Islam, in an Islamic heresy. I described this very well in this book that you showed me, which is my book, my latest book. Suggest you go and check after the last chapter of this book. In the last chapter of this book, I show, by the way, also for the first time, a photo of Baphomet, which is Muhammad on the cross. Yeah, maybe you have it there on that page, I think, or the page, one of the last images, the last photos.
This one?
Yes. Yes, that's it. That is basically, that is, I will tell you what that is up. Go under Crowley. You see under Crowley, there's another image. Up, move up a second. There, cross there. That cross represents basically...
Oh, the cross. Okay,
sorry. Found in the 1950s in a Templar church in Turkey. Okay. And it's an incredible discovery because it's a cross with Muhammad on top of it. And this is said to be the original Baphomet. Oh, so we are talking basically about an interpretation that for many centuries, for about 2 centuries, has been the speculation of most Masons, the fact that Baphomet was or not Muhammad. There's been all sorts of books about it. And then some said it means Sophia, means this, and means that. Baphomet can mean many things, as you know, in the occult world. But specifically in regards to the Knights Templars, this discovery which I show you there, which is not shown in any publication, it's basically the Baphomet which demonstrates that a faction of the Knights Templars at that time had secretly converted to an heretical branch of Islam, or Shiite Islam, I think, by the way. So what does this mean? It means that at the end, the Knights Templars, I talk about this in my book, so then people understand also better historically the context in which it came the demise of the order, and of course Jacques de Molay and everything else. This was a mega order. This was a big order spread all over Europe. At that time, you didn't have immediate contact between the different churches, the different commanders. So for many years, you will be isolated from one one church, the one monastery to the other. It took even a year, maybe, for a guy with a horse to go and communicate one thing. And in between these periods, certain heresies could grow within the monks, maybe based in an Islamic territory. And so it's true that there was this situation with the Baphomet Mohammed within the Knights Templars, and it's true that certain heresies, dangerous heresies, had started to involve more and more Knights Templars. I mean, some believed in the occult, others believed in Islam, some believed in both. But as I said, in my writing, I explained also as an historian, it's very possible to say today that a minority, of course, was probably doing these practices. But as you know, there only needs to be one lodge or a minority to ruin the show for everybody else. At that point, of course, the King of France wanted to take over the order, to take the riches and everything, had an easy go because part of the order was doing homosexual magical rituals and stuff, others Islamic. Even today, I noticed this myself, being a journalist, investigative journalist. I think 10 or 11 years ago, a priest called me up from the Cistercian order. Do you know the Cistercian order is the one that created the Knights Templar? So as a Knights Templar, because I am myself a Grand Prior and Grand Master of a Knights Templar order, he called me up and he said, Leo, we need your help. And so I went to this church. It's a very important church in Rome. The first church is the Church of Santa Croce in Jerusalem. So that basically used to be the villa of the mother of Constantine, where they are said to be kept these pieces of the cross. Mm-hmm. And so what happened there? This guy called me and said they are trying to build a dossier so they can incriminate the head of our order and kick us out of this church. Can you, as a journalist, help us writing also an open letter and a message to the Pope to save our order from this? Well, we called the journalists, we had a secret meeting, then some journalists also came from, Italian journalists came, a very important journalist from the quotidiano, the newspaper Il Tempo. Mm-hmm. Then I called a journalist from Norway. We interviewed this priest, went in the various newspapers, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. The Italian one was made in a more reserved manner in the sense that he didn't disclose his identity, while instead in Norway he did, even with a photo on this magazine. But in the end, the Pope didn't change his idea, and they were all kicked out, basically because they had to make money, because there was a jubileum coming up, there was some projects, there was a jubileum in the year 2000, which had created a lot of debts in that church, about 2 or 3 million, maybe even more. And so they had the perfect excuse, together with the fact that the head of the order was involved with some little kids and blah, 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 as usual, to kick them all out. So if they do these things today, they of course did these things at the time of the Knights Templars and the demise. So I mean, it's not like a new technique that they brought up. So we find ourselves now in front, of course, of a corrupt Catholic Church, but we also find ourselves in front of a satanic reality in Hollywood, which is about, I think, to be exposed further. I would like your viewers to go and check out a film in particular that came out a few years ago. It was a film of Kubrick. It was Lolita, the famous Lolita movie, no? Based on a specific book by a Russian writer. Now, the subject of the Lolita, the young girl, is a subject that in Hollywood is always been touched in a way, even publicly, but in a suffused way. Even Charlie Temple was part of this disclosure of pedophilia in Hollywood.
Right, and this is very actual today because we've had this last week. What is his name?
Corey Feldman.
Corey Feldman, right, who has come out and began talking about this, and he's been arrested and all kinds of things. They did a drug raid on his home, and ever since he began to talk about these things.
Well, regarding Corey Feldman, he participated, I'm trying to get the name of the movie, I don't know if you remember, he did a movie in the middle of the 80s, a movie about vampires. Yes. Together with Corey Feldman, there was also Corey Haim, the guy who died 38 years old a few years back, who Corey Feldman says was raped at 11 years old. Wow. This movie is particular because you see this movie has also some kind of secret messages. I'm sure that Leslie...
The Lost Boys was so important to my generation. Right. That came out when I was in high school. And we were all very powerfully moved by it.
I mean, how is the name? The Lost?
The Lost Boys.
The Lost... That's it. I mean, you only need to see what happens with this movie, which basically it's a movie in which they arrive in this town. They get said, the guy, I remember, was watching these comic strips and says, no, you have to buy this other comic strip. And this comic strip was actually a manual to understand about vampires who were living in that town. I mean,
and that goes along with the whole like
kind of
thing,
symbolic of this whole thing,
it's about
because
hiding in plain sight.
vampires
It's
and
both
pedophiles
and, you know,
are
like,
the same thing.
is there abuse of children in this way? And then they show you them abusing children on the camera, and then they broadcast it to you, and you're like, is this abuse of children? I don't think so. Really? Are you going to try and say that I'm a child abuser as I abuse a child on the screen? You know, like, that's the, you know, there's the arrogance there, the elitism of, we're tired of these idiots telling us how the world is supposed to be with their arcane, you know, superstitions and so forth. We have the true knowledge, the true power of reality, and it's in our material, you know, will over reality to make it the way that we think that it should be. And you know, you peasants, you peons, you know, then you're just gonna have to deal with it because you just don't know better. You're just an idiot. You're just a sheep, and we are going to be your you know, beneficent, maleficent shepherds.
Pedophiles are psychic vampires, and they are even more than psychic vampires.
Right. Well, you know, and the things that we've been hearing about, you know, on InfoWars, and things about ritual murders and these sort of things. And didn't you have some sort of occult murders in Italy once, the Monster of Florence or something like that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I wrote about it, and actually I'm about to publish another book next year, which tells you a few more secrets regarding the occult background behind the so-called Monster of Florence. They found in the end a guy called Pacciani, and they kind of involved him and another guy, but this guy basically was brought in front of the public arena, and he was a simple guy. He couldn't have done this thing of cutting meticulously the intimate parts like a surgeon. He was simply a guy who was to be a cover-up for very powerful people. And in the years that followed the murders, Pacciani, of course, was then arrested, and with other guy called Banni, put, you know, under public scrutiny. But then, in the end, these people died. You know, they might be, you know, they died because they were old, they died because they might be killed, but they died. And then what you have now, you have certain new investigations on the Monster of Florence that brought up the fact that there was a lodge involved, a regular lodge, so not even a regular lodge of, I think, the Grand Orient of Italy, near Perugia, involved, with certain names of certain people. And of course I went and researched the whole subject because I myself am very close to the Grand Hierophant in Perugia, Giancarlo Seri, and I was the only one to do a documentary, to film actually a documentary for Enigma TV in their temple. So a few years back, that was also made as an official video for their rite. So I mean, I collaborated with the people in Perugia, and I know this city for many years because it's very important. The whole region of Umbria is probably the most powerful regions when it comes to Freemasonry. The links to the occult of the Umbria region are second to none. Wow. Some say that actually maybe there is more Satanism in Umbria than in Turin. Turin Satanism is a bit of a myth. It was created because at the end of the 60s, some Freemasons went to Anton LaVey. They asked him to charter some kind of satanic grotto in Turin. They charted this grotto, but after a couple of years, these Freemasons saw that Anton LaVey's form of Satanism was a bit too Hollywood style, a bit too American style. It was a little bit scratching the surface. They wanted to do something really dark. So what they did, they went to France, and apparently they got initiated there in the darkest satanic cult. and brought it back to Turin. And at that point, they started with animal sacrifices, human sacrifices, blah, blah, blah. And they built up really the reputation of Turin as the occult capital of Italy. Of course, there is an Egyptian museum, but and there is a very powerful Masonic lobby in Turin, because Turin was, as you know, the capital, the first capital of Italy. But the actual Satanism phenomena is, if I tell you the Satanic City of Italy, like I write in my new book, which you have, and there is a whole chapter about it, is Florence. Florence is the real Satanic city of Italy. And Umbria was part of a greater Tuscany until the unification of Italy. So what happened in very important saying, and where you find very holy places like Assisi, or very holy places for Christianity, you will always find Satanism next door. It's a tradition. It's something which is written even in the Don Quixote. You know, it says in the Don Quixote, you know, wherever you will find a congregation of Christians, then you have a bigger congregation of Satanists next door. I mean, it's something that happens for hundreds of years. And apparently in the region of Umbria, there is some of the most ancient satanic families that do rituals that are, I mean, terrible rituals. Of course, black magic, sacrifice, human sacrifice, and this monster of Florence was part of all this.
Wow.
So I gave you a little bit of a perspective. Wow. Going back to Hollywood.
Yes, what about Satanism in Hollywood?
Yeah, no, I would like to say a few things. Now, this Lost Boy movie saw the participation of this guy called Corey Haim, who eventually died. If we went and investigated probably behind the death of Corey Haim, we will find a lot about contemporary Satanism in Hollywood. What is contemporary Satanism in Hollywood and when it's born? Now, I talked, as you remember, the other day when I went on InfoWars about this creation of this early film director, Griffith. It's not Griffin, eh? Don't go. Griffith. He was a Freemason. His best friend was Charlie Chaplin. And they both were into little girls. I mean, little girls got in trouble, Charlie Chaplin. He might be, you know, venerated as this comedian of all time, but he was a pervert. He was a complete pervert, and he was a complete pedophile. And at that time in Hollywood, that was the specific time frame between the 20s and 30s, in which, of course, you have the little children actors and stuff going around, but we should focus also on the birth of this Gnostic Thelemic current within Hollywood, because it was there with people like Wilfred Smith, like people from the OTO that participated in the first Gnostic extravaganza, Gnostic Mass, with the Naked Lady on the altar in Winona Boulevard, which is off Hollywood Boulevard. So the Ordo Templi Orientis started really in Hollywood. Then Parsons, the Jack Parsons, of course, you know the whole story with Scientology, Hubbard. This is quite known that there is this link. But people forget that after he brought the whole thing to Pasadena, but before bringing it to Pasadena, let's say the early stages of the Agape Lodge were in Hollywood. And a lot of people involved in these early stages, even in the fact just as spectators for the public Gnostic Mass. Because one thing to promote the OTO that Crowley was very interested to do in Hollywood was to set up a very Hollywood-style Gnostic Mass, you know, to glorify his ego, glorify, of course, the work he was doing as prophet of the New Age. And that happened in front of everybody when they had this first Gnostic Mass, and there was a lot of big, let's say, Hollywood heavyweights that were there as spectators. And there were people who participated not only to orgies and pedophilia, but even to cannibalism.
What?
I mean, yeah, I mean, now we are talking about pedophilia in Hollywood, but people forget that 100 years ago, the scandals in Hollywood were even worse than the ones we have now.
Oh, my God.
And the early scandals in Hollywood...
Which apparently we have just begun to scratch the surface of.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a lot of money, you are a pervert, and you can do what you want, The next stage of perversion after pedophilia is cannibalism. Now, I would invite people to go and check out a video which is available, which was shot not so long ago, of Marina Abramović. She made a cannibalistic dinner for all her Hollywood friends. And you can find it on the internet. It's still there. I checked out a couple of hours ago. You put the name cannibalism, Marina Abramović, and you're going to get the video. And basically what she did was this. She put these bodies on top of tables. These are, of course, fake bodies. Bodies made of something that is, we hope, food, normal food, or we even hope it's vegetarian, but we don't know. Probably it's meat of some kind. We don't know what kind of meat. But it was crafted by Marina Abramović in a way that it resembles an actual body. Now, these famous Hollywood people, I'm talking about really famous Hollywood people, you can see it on the video, are queuing up to eat from the, and grab pieces of the body, and even pieces, and of course the heads are chopped and put on top of the table. But it's not like they really resemble a human being. It's disgusting.
Right.
Well, wasn't it Katy Perry? Have you seen that particular video where she is treated literally like a piece of meat? She is she's brought in out of a truck. She's unwrapped out of freezer paper. She's dredged in flour. She's pounded and tenderized and sprinkled with spices and thrown in a stew with vegetables. I mean, again, you can find this video pretty easily, and it's. Yeah, again, ritualized cannibalism being presented as, oh, this is cute because it's just meant in a sexual sense and not in. But now what you're telling me is that it actually can be just an allegory.
Well, an allegory of course, much more darkest rituals that, of course, are not filmed. It's like the Hollywood star who wants to eat a piece of crocodile or a piece of a rare species of snake or a rare species of animal that, of course, is forbidden, but he wants to have it. So he's going to pay any kind of money. He's going to pay $100,000 for having that dinner with that kind of animal, that kind of fish. That kind of, so Hollywood stars are really sick in their head. So, I mean, I suggested when we end up this interview, maybe you can go and pick up this video on the internet and maybe put it together with the work we are doing today so that people see how disgusting these people are, because it's really incredible to see what they do. And at the same time, I would also like to thank you for the work that you have done there. Of course, in the mix of chaos you were there on Hollywood, on the the Walk of Fame. I've been there myself. But the thing that astonished me more was the presence of these Anunnaki, Enki, Nijro, however it's called. Both of them there, holding their own symbols. The symbol of Enki is the symbol of the sea, of the semen, of the god. So we are talking here about a temple, which is in all aspects a functioning temple, which absorbs energy every day.
And it's right next door to the what was the Kodak Theater, now the Dolby Theater, where the Oscars are given out every year. It's just right there, disguised as a shopping mall.
And then on the other side of the street, what do you have? The ex-Masonic temple. It's even written still. So, I mean, it's not that. Like, the thing is this, 100 years ago, I think that probably the most wild thing you could find was probably a Masonic lodge. Then you had the Crowley bringing the OTO through his representatives in California, and that became also a trend. Then you had Scientology. Then you had all the gurus. Then you had, of course, all the kind of extravagances. But nowadays, as I said earlier, they're going back to their first love, which is Aleister Crowley. Of course, they will always neglect the fact that Crowley is so evil, but we have to also view Crowley as somebody who has kick-started modern Satanism. Because from Crowley, then you have Anton LaVey, who was there amongst people in Berkeley who was practicing Crowleyanity and Thelema, and he was himself part of an OTO lodge before forming the Church of Satan. Then we have the next stage of the evolution, which is in all this, Michael Aquino. And Michael Aquino is, as you know, I mean, you have basically
CIA, all kinds of things involved in that.
Well, I mean, I see you are quite acquainted with Egyptian magic, so I don't need to tell you what Set is. So the magic of Aquino is very powerful, but also very intellectual and probably a little bit too complex for certain people. So the next stage then of this Satanic evolution is this modern kind of Satanism represented by the Satanic Temple, by Lucian Greaves, by somebody who is basically promoting Satanism like he's promoting another religion. I mean, they have to be accepted. They don't want the people to treat them bad. They defend minorities like them. I mean, the Satanic Temple went on defending not only the Democrats, but also defending Islam, openly defending Islamic minority. So, I mean, the Satanic Temple today, what does it represent? It represents the final stage before the complete and utter acceptance of a religion, which wants at that point to be treated just like everybody else. What does this mean for all of us who are viewing this video, for your people who maybe practice ritual magic and ceremonial magic? What does it mean? Well, it means a very dangerous situation, because you can be very easily exchanged for a Satanist. I mean, Leslie was there asking those people, what do you think these two women were doing? Of course, they were actually doing satanic ritual, and probably everybody was actually saying the right thing. Yes. But I think that it's very easy to be then exchanged for a Satan. You have to be very careful to distinguish yourself and place yourself in a completely different light. Right. So I hope that you understand you are in a very difficult position yourself.
Of course.
One of the ways that we avoid that is with complete transparency. Just the ritual that it was actually a spell that we did more than a ritual.
Right, you've seen the footage from our last episode.
Right, a subtle difference between a ritual and a spell.
Right.
But most people looking at what we did, they don't get a sense of discomfort or foreboding because they're familiar with what they're looking at. They're looking at a guy in a suit and a woman in a dress, some bolt cutters and some chain, and she's talking about freeing people. Everything makes sense. They don't have to suspend disbelief about anything. You don't have to even believe that magic works. You can just see what I'm doing as an interesting piece of street theater. But it's not scary because all the symbols that we're using are known. And that's where we take our comfort and our strength, is that we use known symbols that the general public agrees upon.
Mm-hmm. And you can also feel just the difference of energy and the difference of intention. What surprised me, I think, the most was, we went to Hollywood in order to perform our ritual that we do every month with the new moon. We usually do it here in order to protect the Republic and protect the president and to protect the American voters who voted for him because of this group of witches and Satanists that every month are attacking the president and attacking the Republic and attacking those who have bet Trump, the American voters. And so we've been working very hard to do that. And suddenly we find these people that are there at the Trump Star every month and make themselves known to us, synchronizing their rituals with ours. And we wanted to know who they are. They invited us down. We went to investigate, wondering at the same time we were there if we couldn't do some sort of investigation of Hollywood Satanism, because the whole thing was very actual with everything that was happening in the news with the Weinstein and all of that. And what was amazing is we didn't have to look far at all. We didn't have to look any farther than the people who showed up for the people who had invited us down there. And you saw the ritual yourself. Yeah. It's clearly satanic.
You told me a few days before that you were going there, and there was a guy, a purple guy, who invited you there. And strangely enough, oddly enough, we both discussed the fact that there was a little weird, to say the least, to find somebody who claimed to be a Trump supporter, a libertarian,
right,
and at the same time he was a member of the Ordo Templi Orientis. Now, I found it a little bit strange that that was really going on, and I found it a bit odd that he could support you in any way.
Aleister Crowley is the greatest traitor that the Golden Dawn has ever known. Aleister Crowley was sent by British intelligence to destroy the Golden Dawn. Right?
The Golden was supposed to be destroyed mainly because it was a Jacobite supporter kind of group of people for them that were Hanoverians. And of course, you know, the British intelligence is in the hand of the Queen, and nobody can touch the Queen. So the Golden Dawn, being too close to France, to certain elements, they kind of sent Crowley on a mission also that was political. So you're completely right about that. And it's been actually, this hypothesis has been confirmed by various authors who have published some very serious books on the topic, people who are historians of espionage and of intelligence community, which I will address you later on. There is a couple of books that definitely you have, apart from the Tobias Shelton book, which is also very interesting. There's another one called Crowley Agent 666. I think I have it here behind somewhere, which you should definitely check out on this topic. So you're completely right there. Crowley was infiltrating the Golden Dawn to sabotage it. He did it magically, like I said, because they sent a magician to destroy a magical order. They didn't send a politician, because if they sent somebody who wasn't acquainted with those forces, he would have never been able to create what Crowley created, the chaos Crowley created. I mean, the chaos Crowley created, as you know, pushed the eminent members in the Golden Dawn were all upset by what Crowley did.
Right. By his presence, by his mere presence.
By his mere presence, but also he was very close to Matters. Matters didn't really understand immediately that he was mentoring a beast. I mean, he was giving this guy the ammunition to create everything he created later on. I mean, immediately after the Golden Dawn experience, he creates the AA. Later on, he takes over the OTO. Let's also remember those people.
Let's not forget, published all of the Golden Dawn rituals and materials in the Equinox. That was the first major treachery.
Major betrayal of his oaths. And so,
which is why he ended up as a heroin addict, by the way. Those oaths are very serious.
Of course. I mean, there is a story that says that Crowley once went to Gurdjieff. As you know, Gurdjieff was a great initiate, and a real initiate. My family in particular was very much connected with my Russian part of the family with Gurdjieff through Nikolai Rabenek, who worked with both Gurdjieff and Ouspensky. Now, even my great-grandmother was in Fontainebleau at one point.
The former Premonstrator of the Hathor Temple in Paris, Nicholas Terashenko, Marquis Terashenko, was also a student of Mr. Gurdjieff.
You haven't heard a word I've been saying this whole time. Damn, I really had an awesome thing that I was just saying. I was laying out for you. You couldn't even hear what I was saying. Let's see if I can recover from it. Well, we just heard that interview with that dude about OTO and its tradition, reaching back to medieval times with the Knights Templar, up to modern times with Ordo Templar Orientis and Aleister Crowley, who is top figurehead for the way people understand the occult today. In the different branches of it, it's this very diverse body of ideas and societies and relationships and influences and cultures. But ultimately we end up with Satanism. But in order to really understand what the point is behind Satanism, Luciferianism, and the occult, is to understand it as a mockery of what specifically the Christian religion is. That it's the Christian religion that alone takes these forms of ritual in order to communicate a spiritual idea, an ideal about who we are and the nature of reality. And the occult world looks at those things with mocking abuse, to say that those forms are meaningless outside of our passion to control and dominate. And ultimately that's what religions are. And so then they prove that by founding this seemingly legitimate religion in order to control things the way that they want them to have a secular society built on the ideals of utopianism and a statist elite who rule over the peasant masses and do with them as they will, including sacrifice them ritually for their own power on an individual or a mass scale. Hey, I need you to not play that right now, please, because I will get dinged. Sorry. My wife has discovered The Weeknd and decided that she's a fan of The Weeknd. Lord have mercy. But anyway, so it's exactly the same in a lot of ways as the thing that they are coming against. And isn't that always the way that you tend to be the thing that you hate the most? You accuse others for their religious spirit and your disdain for them for their seemingly naive and ignorant sheep who go along with just being controlled by some priestly class, only to yourself and your jealousy become the priestly class that you say that you hate, in order to maintain some semblance of control, and then create the same problem that you say that you're against. And that's ultimately the issue with Satanism. Why it's bad, why it's wrong, why it's why it's a problem, is because it's of its self-destructive nature. That it doesn't seek to find the best absolute that is the highest energy on the highest scale, right? It's the lowest energy at the lowest scale. Defeatism. We're all just slaves to our impulses. We're all just slaves to our instincts, and have no real will. We will say do what thou wilt, but that is all chemically engineered, ultimately from the nuances of the chaotic universe that we emerge out of into. And that is exactly incongruous with the Christian gospel, which says that all of reality is formed from a mind that makes sense, that conquers over chaos, that eliminates chaos by providing form and structure, and does so according to a divine nature, an eternal reality that is irrefutable and immutable. And people really have to start now. The only way you're going to be able to recognize it in its effect in reality is understand it for what it really is, and that's for being the atheist agenda that it really is. It's not, doesn't believe in any Satan. We got to stop thinking about it in terms of like, oh, it's just going to show itself like in a red hat, and a tail and a pitchfork, but that's why it's so easy to dismiss out of hand Oprah, because you're not looking for Oprah, right? You're like that big beautiful black woman, who's just always got a big smile on her face, always wants to talk about love. No. It's like, no, it's going to be amorphous. You're not going to see Satan behind her because of the imagery of it, and that's how they manipulate. That's the magic, right? That's the illusion of like, oh, isn't she just lovely? Never mind the fact that she hung out with Henry Weinstein and basically is documented him being out girls to him. It's not. The reason why they get away with it is because this is the way that they're able to hide things in plain sight, and then because they control the media and the message, the information gateways, in order to set the standard for what is like, common agreement, social agreement, understanding about what is and what is normal. What are the right questions? What are the wrong questions? Because they don't just have the media, they don't just have entertainment, they don't just have sports, they don't just have politics, but they've got religion too. They're in your churches. They are your pastors, and it's really hard because not everybody. This doesn't apply to everybody. I mean, I grew up in an environment where I had the great fortune of being taught and discipled and cared for by some really spectacular people, and I learned a lot of things, and I in no way would ever suspect them of being as deviant as that. So I mean, I'm not likely to suspect anybody that I was raised with, but that's not to say that they're not out there. You can hear testimonies of it all the time. So is it so far? So like the questions they're not letting you ask should tell you about who exactly is controlled. Because why aren't you allowed to question the established quo? Why aren't you allowed to question the experts? Why aren't you allowed to accuse socialism of being a problem? Why aren't you allowed to point to the government and say that the government might be the issue? Why aren't you allowed to question, the intelligence operatives and intelligence apparatus in these international organizations? Why aren't you allowed to consider a global option in terms of where that there might be an invisible power structure that operates on a global scale, that has been doing so for more than 100 years? Why aren't you allowed to consider the possibility that not everything is as it seems, and that deceptive people are really going to generate the most outlandish deceptions in order to keep the truth hidden from the right people? Why aren't you allowed to consider that if your enemy isn't going to tell you what they're going to do, isn't going to tell you what they're doing behind closed doors? Why aren't you allowed to do those things? That's because that is losing power. The people that you are you're, as an American and as a child of God, have the duty and the commission to, you know, root out of your congregations, to root out of your societies deceivers. You know, they end up at the highest levels, and then they put you in chains, and then by then it's too late. They cook the books, you know, they unleash a pandemic upon you and your people, and then they want to point you to a flag, or they want you to point you to a single person. And the truth is, it's not about the people, it's not about the faces, it's about the spiritual energies, it's about the powers and principalities. And so that's where we're going to go to this. So let me know if you want a pen. I just might order some of these pens if you think that you want a pen. I'm also putting together, I will eventually put together some press kits, and I really want to do kind of an awesome box set thing. I'm going to get a seal, and I'm going to make some scrolls, and it's going to be pretty cool. So go to reverbnation.com/goodgodfather and sign up for the email list, and you'll be the first to know that anything like that comes up. First, I want to read the verse that came up on the Tim Mackey interview, which is Isaiah 14. Let's go with English translation. I'll go with New American Standard. When Yahovah, who was, who is, who shall be, has compassion on Jacob, and again chooses Israel, settles them on their own land, and strangers will join them and attach themselves to the house of Jacob. Peoples will take them along and bring them to their place in the house of Israel, will make them their own possession. The land of the Lord has male and female servants, and they will take their captors captive and will rule over their oppressors. It will be on the day when Yahweh gives you rest from the hardship and turmoil, from the harsh service in which you have been enslaved. And you will take up this taunt against the king of Babylon and say, interesting that Babylon comes up, because in that magic ceremony they showed in that video, they're invoking Babylon as like the whore of Babylon, and say how the oppressor has ceased, how the onslaught has ceased. Yahweh has broken the staff of the wicked, the scepter of rulers, which used to strike peoples in fury, unceasing strokes, which subdued the nations in anger and restraint and unrestrained persecution. The whole earth is at rest and is quiet. Ron DeSantis is freedom's calling. Oh, hey, Jaded Jenny. Hey, thanks so much for stopping by. No. We're not for the occult, yo. Not sure when you popped in on that. I've kind of moved on here. But yes, I agree. We do have Will. I don't know if you're still watching. Of course we have Will. And that's the thing, is that Will, it's understanding, you know, what I'm kind of outlining here, and what I've done in this last whatever couple hours I've been at it, I've been outlining. Cool, awesome. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. What I've been outlining here, I'm gonna switch out of this Bible verse here for a second. Wrap with me on this. Hey, is that the will is a spiritual thing. You know, it's invisible. It's something you can't see. Satanism, having its root in materialism and manipulating through material means. You know, it doesn't borrow. You know, there are some that would be considered theistic Satanists, which I would say are the exception. The mainstream position on Satanism is that there is no God, there are no divine creatures or anything like that. There's no divine creator. You know, it's an atheistic, materialistic worldview, and the goal, why Satanism is inherently deceptive, is because it lives in contradiction with itself, in a state of cognitive dissonance, where on the one hand it's going to say, you know, there are no divine principles, there are no divine powers, there is nothing divine, divinity is an absurdity, there's only the material world, and we manipulate the material world, and then borrow from these esoteric, what do I want to say, not supernatural, basically mystical practices and rituals, and they want to harness these invisible powers in order to manipulate the visible world with their will, you know, and the point is the grace on them and others who serve Satan and serve with their lives the will of Satan, do so in ignorance, because they fail to realize, as many people do, is that, you know, that will that they have in order to do that is a grace and a mercy and a gift to them in order to do with which they will. You know, they are not the inventors of will, and they are not alone the possessors of will, but everyone has a will and is doing with it as they please. And the point of spiritual enlightenment and true gnosis and the knowledge of yourself and the nature of reality around you is to not all occult is evil. Sorry, I'm not religious, but very spiritual. Yeah, I will say no, not occultism. All occult, you know, means is, you know, I'm pretty sure it's defined as being a secret knowledge. Here, we'll go to the Webster's dictionary on this. Let's see, occult, Webster's definition. Go. To shut off from view or exposure, or secret, not revealed, you know, so that kind of gives you an idea of, right on. And I would consider myself probably a mystic too. You know, there are mysteries and things are mysterious, and the nature of reality has mysteries and questions to be answered, and I do prop up my own position as being one that kind of is a solution to a lot of problems. Every time I say that, I'm hearing it called evil entity, which you're not. Oh, cool. Yeah, no, I think in order to be evil, you know, evil being, this is the thing. Like, we have to understand. This is where I take the position that I force the discussion to arrive at the spirit, that there is a spiritual reality, there is such thing as spirit. That word definitely has an effect on how we experience reality, and that spiritual things are real, And but you know, a lot of people that are spiritual, they kind of don't know. They don't always have the nomenclature to wrap up those things in that are very palatable, especially to people that are materialists. You know, right? So yeah, you used the word there, love, right, as a word, and love has a very distinct definition according to each person's perspective. But as a word, you know, its definition largely lies in what is not visible. You know, you can tell somebody that you love them, but you only really know that person that you told, oh, I love you too. They are going to have a certain set of expectations in order to fulfill what it is you've said to them. And yeah, so like those that is, which is an invisible thing, you know, but it becomes, it's made visible by the actions that you choose. But it's not love, you know, the word that you are seeing. Oh, this is love. It's something that you intrinsically intuit from your own experience. You know somebody loves you when they give up something of themselves in order to, you know, fulfill some kind of happiness in you, or, you know, that they satisfy something in you that tells you, I can trust this person as somebody who's a beloved, you know, friend, or yeah, and that is energy, yeah. And my argument also is that that is the energy that that actually makes manifest the universe. You know, that is the love that God is, as it says in the New Testament in 1 John, the epistle in 1 John, that God is love. That is that love that creates the universe, and that God is emptying his. The act of creating the universe is an act of emptying yourself. You know, this is the I am, the, you know, that people pretty much understand. Yeah, so I am that I am, right? That name, I am that I am. The I am that was, who is, and who shall be, back before anything was made manifest in the abyss of his infinite nature, emptied himself into creation in order to make it what it was, and he did so by his word, by speaking, let there be light, and there was light. You know, let there be this, let there be that. That word of creation is the divine nature of who he really is, and that's made manifest by our ability to comprehend and cognate that. That when we recognize somebody doing something, I don't know how much I get it, but there's definitely some things I get, and you know, I'm only able to get it because it's affected me so much and motivated me so much to make certain choices in my life and make it the way that I think that it should be done. And I know that a lot of people are looking for that, to understand these things, and you know, I've had to kind of wrestle them through with ultimately with problems, you know, with people that I've disagreed with, or they've disagreed with me, and so then I've taken my time in order to kind of answer their questions in a way that at least suits me, where a lot of these answers, you know, I didn't get until years and years down the road, until I finally got it. I'm like, oh, you know what, this would be so great for me to answer this now to, you know, whoever, my friend, my cousin, my uncle, nephew, whatever. And the dark ones. Yeah, you know, and that's the thing, is that the darkness is such a it really does have a grip on this world, and there is such a, you know, it's been so romanticized and stuff by the dark people who are romanticizing it and kind of feeding it to us, and that's kind of where that's kind of why I'm addressing. It's definitely why I'm just addressing this topic right now, is because it's something that, like, I've actually I've been convicted to do the work on, and really kind of wrap my head around, you know, especially as an artist, you know, like it came largely because as a, you know, metalhead, I was really into dark music as a kid, you know, like all that really heavy dark music, and Kiss, you know, I love Kiss. Kiss, rad band, but you know, Knights in Satan's Service. Well, I'm not a knight in Satan's service, and I think a lot of, you know, those guys kind of look at it as a joke. And I think that's good. I mean, they should look at it as a joke. I think more Christians need to look at it as a joke too, and understand the power that they really have in the knowledge of what the Gospels really are teaching. I was feeding myself through numbing life. Took 5 years, got sober. Now you know yourself, found God, and yeah, that's great. Congratulations. Praise God for that. That He found you worthy, to be known by Him. Gay spaces. Yeah, I get that problem too, man. Yeah, and that's an important thing. You should cherish that. There's so much more power than that than is really thought of today. It's really highly disregarded on a kind of mainstream level. But I've got really as much disdain as the mainstream culture has for these things, of knowledge of the truth, of the esoteric, the study of the esoteric, and the study of the faith, in particular the Christian faith. As much disdain as they have for that, that's the disdain I have for the idea that they're the mainstream culture. I don't believe that they are the mainstream culture, not even a little bit. Every time anybody says mainstream culture, I kind of puke in my mouth a little bit, because I'm like, they're not the mainstream. They're just the ones with the brightest lights. They're just the ones with all the cameras. They're just the ones with all the screens. They're not the mainstream. They make up in no way the majority, and that's the whole game. That's the game that we're in right now. The game, the Hunger Games that we're in right now. Yeah, baptizing mouthful Christians too. I have too, but I do come at it from a different position as somebody who's on the inside. Somebody who's in the family, and I look around and like, Dad, you're kind of a dick. I really wish that you would lay off me a bit, right? Or I really wish you would see what a hypocrite you are, I really wish you'd see how you're playing mind games, But I come at it from the inside, looking out, not from the outside looking in. I'm in the family. I have a right, and I take a lot of pride in the power of that. I think there's power in that to say, I'm not looking at it from the outside looking in. I'm looking at it from the inside looking out, and therefore I can do something about it. And that's a big reason that motivates me to even come on here and even say anything about it, because I know that my opinion and my observations hold weight. That if enough believing people who are invested in the tradition actually asked the questions the way that I did and answered them the way I did, they would actually be much stronger in their faith. They would have a much more reasonable worship, of God, the way that is prescribed, in the New Testament. Devil speaking through you. Disagree. I've seen miracles. Been part of them. I wish my own Jesus. I want to believe the Bible is truth. Well, the Bible doesn't even tell you to believe the Bible is true. That's the problem. You try to point that out to people, and they're just like, it's the immutable Word of God, dude. The problem is, what's awesome about the Bible is how much it is like, hey, it's not about what you're reading in a book. It doesn't, it's important stuff. It's important stuff to know and to understand, but when you don't have the mind to understand it, and you can't do the work, you haven't done the work to really understand it, you're gonna find yourself in the weeds on this stuff, because it's ancient material in a number of different languages and across 3 different continents over 1,000 years of time. The idea that all those things are going to come together and jive perfectly for every single person and understand and not turn into a big mess is just, it's not realistic, and it's not even what the whole book itself says. Yeah, the truth is that it's just like what I was saying to you about what I got started here on with the Word of God, that the creation itself is the Word of God, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. That God's invisible attributes, even His eternal Godhead, are made known by the things which are made. That in the beginning, Yehovah, who was, who is, who shall be, said, and it was, and He emptied Himself into reality, and now all of reality comes together the way that it does. Beautiful metaphors are on point. love to dive in, try to speak about it, and get smacked down. Yeah. I hope you don't feel smacked down. I'm not trying to smack you down at all. I'm somebody who's just I've got a lot invested in it, and I don't know a whole lot of people out there trying to really invest the way that I am. You know, I stake a lot of claim on it. You know, and do so with a humble honor. You know, because I know the blood that's been spilled in order to preserve these things. You know, I understand the lies that have been given in order for people to understand them. You know, I look at the tradition of the line of martyrs who've been burned at the stake and crucified and all those things, who have died giving their lives so that the next generation, you know, somebody around them would get it, you know. And yeah, you know, open minds. But also, you know, not having your mind so open that your brain falls out, as my pastor said. Yeah, you know, but that's you know, but that's what I love about the what's awesome about the gospel of in particular the Gospel of John. Right, you know, to change minds, and I'm interested in changing minds. You know, like as I think there's a lot of bad ideas out there, and that's kind of the problem. We can't have an open conversation because, you know, there's a lot of people out there who are not interested in having a conversation. They don't want minds to be changed. They want minds to submit. They want minds to be told what to do. They want minds to, you know, minds to subject themselves to another mind that is not their own. It belongs to somebody else. Yeah, I'll wear a mask no matter what, and I'll wear it with pride, you know. Like, I got a tattoo of the vaccine that I got the other day. And it's like, okay, well, you know, good for you and everything like that. I'm gonna suspend, you know, my doubts on this kind of stuff, and, you know, give myself the opportunity to think it through. Yeah, and diversity is good, but yeah, what is awesome about Christianity, exactly. What's awesome about Christianity and what it says in the Gospel of John, where it says, everybody's talking about God, does God exist? You know, like, is there evidence of God? They want to go into the God debate stuff, and my answer is, well, if you want to know what God you're looking for, you have to know where to look. And so in order to know where to look, you have to look at what the people are saying that believe in the God and say that they witness him. And so when you go to the witnesses, like John in the Gospel of John, who I believe is Lazarus, for the record, in reality, authored by Lazarus, who's raised from the dead. That's why I legit think that. But, and that's why that story's in there. He's the disciple whom Jesus loved. It's attributed to John, but anyway, so John says, in the beginning was the Logos, which means word. It's translated word. What you are looking for is where you are looking from. Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's really good. You bet. And that's consistent even with the teaching of Jesus. So, but in the beginning was the Word, Logos, and the Word was with God, Elohim, and the Word was Elohim, God, and Theos in the Greek. So the word Logos means to like speak to. It's spoken word, but it has bound to it the understanding of what you're saying, like you know what, like you're choosing your words carefully. And then it says that Logos became flesh and made his tabernacle, you know, made his tent among us, and we beheld him as the only God and the Father. Well, that's supposed to tie your, like in the Hebrew actually of the text, which is like the first words of Bereshit. Bereshit is the first word of in the beginning of Genesis. Genesis is Bereshit in the beginning. What does it say? Let's go. We'll get back to Isaiah here in a minute. Let's get it right. Don't want to fuck it up. Bereshit. Bereshit. Bara Elohim et hasamayim va'et ha'aresh. In the beginning, created God the heavens and the earth. No, this is the Old Testament. This is so like the New Testament writers. There was no New Testament at the time. According to the first century believers, yeah, they might have had some letters and stuff sent around by Paul or whatever. Maybe by the 50s. They might even had a Gospel of Matthew. Maybe. I think it's highly likely, honestly, probably a Hebrew Gospel of Matthew and or Mark. I don't really necessarily believe the Mark thing at all. I more believe the Matthew thing. But in Hebrew, and but their scriptures would have been the Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible, which would be the Old Testament. So, but in the New Testament is the Gospel of John, Yochanan, he was one of the 12 disciples. He's the attributed author of that Gospel, which author is kind of like a real tenuous term. What they mean is he's the one telling the story, somebody else is writing it down, because these guys are illiterate. They don't know how to read or write. So they have to hire other people in order to do the reading and the writing for them. But in the Hebrew version of the Gospel of John, the first words would be Bereshit. And so you're immediately tying into what your thought is in this first chapter of Genesis, if you're a Jewish-speaking person or a Hebrew-speaking person, and you're reading this Gospel. Bereshit. Okay, what's going on here? In the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was with God, and the Word was God. And there we have God in the beginning creating the heavens and the earth. And God said, and the earth was formless and void, and darkness was over the face of the deep, and the Spirit of Elohim, Ruach HaKodesh, was hovering over the face of the waters. And Elohim said, let there be light, and there was light. So this ties directly to what do we read in the Greek, which is, we do have Hebrew translations of John, but they are translations from the Greek. And but any Greek-speaking Jew would read this and know, according to the Septuagint, which is one of the biggest deals about the recent discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls is that there are actually Greek manuscripts of the Old Testament. So it's a big misnomer that a lot of Jewish people are kind of spreading, which is that I've heard a lot of Jewish rabbis say that there is no Hebrew Bible in Greek. There's no such thing, right? The Greek Old Testament Greek Old Testament is a Christian invention. No Jew wrote it or translated it. Well, these Dead Sea Scrolls basically totally prove that to be false. There were Greek translations of Old Testament texts. In this case, they're prophetic texts, but they're still Tanakh. They're canon Old Testament texts in Greek that predate any Christian intervention in an area that is controlled by the Essenes, which is a Jewish sect. They're heretical sect, but they're still a Jewish sect. So, like some Jewish rabbis can still dismiss it as it's still, some Jewish heresy, but nonetheless, it's no Christian invention. These Greek Old Testament texts, it's Jewish. Its source is Jewish. But here in John, it says, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and God was the Word." God was the Logos. And then we see God saying, "Let there be light." And that's where. So I believe a lot was taken out. There was a lot that was added than was taken out. But it's not any, like, you gotta look at it in terms of like scenes, right? Maybe I could draw this. I just might. Give me a second to open the Inkscape. I'd be totally kind of cool. Oh, frack. Enoch is both a accepted in Jewish and Christian circles, and was largely considered kind of canonical. It's actually quoted in the New Testament by like Jude and Peter, and a lot of the apocalyptic architecture of New Testament thought comes from Enoch. So I mean, I'm not one to really argue canon, what is and is not canon. I don't think it's really that relevant. I think to argue what is or isn't canon is to kind of miss the point. And I'm not saying that about you. I'm saying more about like the Christian world. What is or is not canon. I mean, I think it's important. I do think they got it right in terms of what is canon. But here, let me draw kind of the way it is, or the way I see it. Is that, so here you have, right, so let's say we've got, here's message 1. It says, I, Xwan, am the coolest, right? What we have here is, with the Bible, here's the source code, right? And then, okay, wait, hold on. Enki, I don't know. Oh, you mean Enoch? Just wanted to know if it was real. Yeah, I mean, it's considered like legitimate. It's definitely considered legitimate traditional scripture in order to assess and include in the bigger picture. Like this here. Let me get to this actually. So we have the source thing. Yo, Xwan, Jesus was the coolest, and he died on a cross, rose from the dead on the third day. Everybody was psyched, right? and then somebody wrote it down, right? And they're like, oh, cool, thanks for writing that down, dude. None of us know how to read or write, so we're glad somebody did it. Yeah, cool, man, no problem. And then what happened was, at that time, they didn't have, like, the internet or D Live. Oh, you can't see much. Let me get it. My camera shut off. Alright, there we go. Alright, my camera will probably shut out. It does this thing, like it only lasts so long. I think it gets too hot, whatever. I have got the settings to where it doesn't do that, but it doesn't care. It's like you are on the screen too much. So we'll shut off, but this will be alright. So here we are, Inkscape. Here's message number 1. Right? Somebody wrote it down. Thanks, dude. Thanks, Xwan, for writing down how cool you were. You're welcome, bud. So we got first dude wrote that down, and then so since nobody, they don't have a copy machine, they take that what dude wrote down, and they say like, hey, we need copies of that. We need to hire some scribes to make copies of it. Okay, here's another copy, right? And maybe that's like pristine. Right, in the first few centuries, you get a bunch of copies that are handed out, church to church to church. They're handing these out like I don't know, like Pop-Tarts, hotcakes, and they're handing these things out, and you're like, oh, dude, I can't read that, but can you read it to me? Yeah, here, I'll read it to you. It says, I, Xwan, am the coolest. Oh, cool, man. Xwan sounds like a cool guy. Better copy that and share that to the next guy. And then, but then one guy comes along and says, I don't like Xwan. I'm gonna delete this one. I don't need to hear about this one. Oh, okay. Nobody needs to know about that. But then they go, hey, wait a second. Over here, they've been saying there's this awesome Xwan guy. He says, I Xwan am the coolest. We better tell everybody. Oh, cool. All right. And then it gets copied again, right? And it keeps going. It keeps going. It keeps going. You got all these copies, right? And then, so fast forward 2,000 years, and you've got all these different copies, and maybe they've added, maybe they changed the X to an S, right? Maybe they changed this to say coldest, right? And you'll have some that say that, some that don't. Some that have an S, some that don't. Some that say Xwan Eng Tar coldest, right? But you still have all these other ones that are in, you know, pretty decent condition. You're able to, like, oh, okay, I see where it changed here. You know, I see where it, you know, got the language got distorted over here. I see how this got all piled over here and it turned into a big mess. So while there were changes that were made, and you know, there's certain accepted copies, you know, like, so you have, that's where you get the Latin Vulgate, which was like the church sanctioned translation into the Latin in the 5th century with St. Jerome. That was taken from older Latin texts. All of them, including St. Jerome, Origen, Eusebius of Caesarea, all say that the original Gospel of Matthew, at least, and even in the Gospel of Luke, is written in Hebrew. We don't have any of these original, like, first gen, nothing of the first, right? We don't have, what we have are bits and pieces of what are like later centuries, where you can just see like the corner of an M, or maybe you have like a couple of words. You know, that's kind of how the whole thing breaks down. But by and large, you know, what we get after 2,000 years is a at least solid foundational apparatus in order to build theological underpinnings of what the teaching was in the first centuries. Being that there's other elements that are outside just the text, and that would be the tradition, that would be the church itself. What does the church itself teach, and what did that's where you get things like canon, what's called canon law. And nice. Precious Moments. Oh, dude, priceless. Everybody should have a Precious Moments Bible. I think we do. But yeah, New King James is a perfectly acceptable English translation in order to get the spirit. And this is the thing that the Bible teaches, the spirit versus the letter. So let me bring up that Bible verse. Letter these are considered oh, here we go. 2 Corinthians 3, verse 6. I'm going to start at verse 1. Are we beginning to commend ourselves again, or do we need as some letters of commendation to you or from you? Or you are our letter, written with our hearts, Yeah, baby, that sounds good. Known and read by all people, revealing ourselves that you are a letter of Christ, delivered by us. So notice he's saying you are our letter. Like, he's not saying, go and read my letter, it was really important. It says, no, you and my experience, your experience of me, our relationship together, we've written our impression of one another on each other's hearts. And that is read by all the people. And that is more important than what you're reading in a book. And that's a really important element that Christianity has a foundation on that not really any other spiritual traditions have their handle on. This the issue that Satanism totally fails to understand is the spiritual element that's printed on reality. It's not just left in a book. It's something that is actually experienced in the real world. You are a letter written on our hearts, revealing yourselves that you are a letter of Christ, delivered by us, written not with ink, but with the Spirit of the living God, not on tablets of stone, but on tablets of human hearts. And that is a direct tie. I don't think it has the reference, but that's actually a reference to an Old Testament prophecy that God's law would be written on human hearts, not on tablets of stone. Such is the confidence we have toward God through Christ. Not that we are adequate in ourselves so as to consider anything as... Okay, Sweet Pea, can you turn it down, please? Too loud. That's my little munchkin. Yeah, she's too cute. that's my little Riley. So okay. Not that we are adequate in ourselves so as to consider anything as having come from ourselves, but our adequacy is from God, who also made us adequate as servants of a new covenant, not of the letter, but of the Spirit. For the letter kills, but the Spirit gives life. That is the transformational moment. Why there is a Christian body of people. Right. Awesome. Congratulations. That's great. That's very cool. Way to go. Listen, your mom. And not like a Jenner mom. But congratulations. That's wonderful. God bless you. May He give you strength. Right on. Wait, which teaching? What do you mean? Wish you had what teaching? In particular, if I may be so bold as to ask. Let's see here. Oh, awesome. Well, I'm glad you're finding something useful out of what I'm saying. But obviously I think it's important enough for me to share, so like if you are getting something out of it, then good. This doesn't return void for me to put my silly gram up here. This little mug. Let's see if I can get this to not pixel activate. Let's do like this. It's smaller. There we go. Yeah, spirits speak to you. Well, so that's where why it's so important to understand what John is saying by logos, is because it's the behind the logos is a spirit, right? And that's the point. And it's to draw your attention to all words. There's another Bible verse in Revelation that says, talking about Jesus, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. And meaning the beginning of the alphabet and the end of the alphabet. That language, the alphabet, all composite things that come together to formulate ideas, from letters to words to sentences to paragraphs to books. All of these things come together to communicate invisible ideas like love, like faith, like hope. Why these texts have been so influential in Western culture and history, and not just in the West, but also in what is largely goes completely unacknowledged and completely dismissed, is the influence of Christianity, the Bible, in Africa. There has been a long-standing tradition of Christianity in Africa that has like really suffered. Like I would consider them the most persecuted of the persecuted in terms of like Christianity. But these ideas have been so influential because the spirit that's behind the letter, it's not the letter that gave these people's lives over the centuries. It's not the letters, because the letters have changed, you know. And that's the important thing to understand. Like, why, you know, it's not a big deal that maybe, you know, this manuscript, that manuscript had a little adjustment here and a little adjustment there. It's verses like this that went untampered with, that delivered by us, that the letter kills, but the spirit gives life. And guess what? That little bit survived, and that is, boom, explosive. That's nuclear. That is an amazing thing for someone to say because of how much truth that there is in it. Anybody can take that and apply that to their lives and say, like, I'm not going to get bound up by these different little words and things. I'm going to acknowledge the spirit that's behind the words and understand the root that is not something you really grab onto with your hands, but it's something that you intuit with your mind and you experience in your heart, and the way that you feel about it, and the way that it impacts the way that you make your decisions day to day. You know, that way, you know, that's the whole magic element that, you know, Satanism brings into its occult features. That the power that there is in the words in order to adjust, you know, reality. Yeah, the bloodlines. Yeah, and, you know, bloodline, it's a weird issue for me. I don't put any stock in my bloodline or any other bloodline, you know, like, I just think it's such a ridiculous thing to, you know, stake a claim on, but I understand that a lot of power, it gives a lot of people a lot of power, like, oh, I'm from this bloodline, I'm from that bloodline. You know, anybody could say that, and that's kind of the moral of the story there, right? Anybody can really say, if you put yourself in a weird enough position in order to, you know, stranglehold power the way a lot of these people do, you know, you just say, like, oh, I'm from the bloodline of Mary Magdalene, and, you know, whatever. That's the whole thing. Like, these people make up these cults of the whole cult of personality thing. I'm descended from George Washington himself. Who fucking cares? Like, no one cares, you know? Like, who cares who your grandpa was? You know, what are you doing today? What does what you know have anything to do with me and the way that I live my life, and why should I bother to listen to you? Why should I bother to entertain any of your ideas or go along with your agenda? You know, like, that's one of the things about the left that is so obtuse that they don't, like, see, like, many of us don't have any respect for, which is the cult of celebrity and personality, and how, like, we've got this celebrity that says da 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 da. What does that have to do with the price of beans? No one cares. No one cares. Wait. Oh, RH negative. Oh, cool. I have no monkey gene. It don't give me power usually to cast me aside. Yeah, I look the bloodline thing more in terms of health. You know, like I do think that there's a thing to do with, you know, what you should be eating in terms of how it's going to affect your body and the chemical exchanges that it makes. You know, it's like that's like a knowledge of yourself sort of deal. Of like, when you know your bloodline, you know what you need to do to feed your body the things that it needs in order to survive and heal itself, which I think is something you can do when you eat the right. Yeah, politics. Yeah, I mean, part of I can't help but get into some level of politics because A, everything's politicized anymore, and B, at the end of the day, you know, this stuff has everything to do with politics, like, have the political nature of things. Like, Andrew Breitbart famously said, "Culture, or the politics is downwind from culture." You know, so when you understand culture, you understand that means you're looking at history. You're looking at songs people sang, stories that they told, you know, images that they conveyed, and then you know, you start there. And I would be lying if I didn't say, like, a big reason why I invest into this kind of research and this kind of knowledge and into you know, singing and songwriting and recording and media production and all these kinds of things is largely to have an effect on that culture, in that it will affect politics downstream. And that, in essence, is what yeah, you know. But, you know, like, a lot of these people that come to power, yeah, they come about it in a way that is, you know, they got an agenda, they want to get there, they want to utilize their relationships in order to position themselves, you know, Game of Thrones type stuff, and they get there. But, you know, in a lot of ways, you know, people have to really learn, and, like, a big reason why, this is another reason why I invest into this kind of information, is because of how much the power, the people, we the people, whatever nation you are in, it doesn't matter, because the spirit of the one who created us all made us in his image and likeness, and we all share that spiritual DNA and physical DNA that goes back to, you know, God the Son, and we are all descended from, you know, the first Adam, which, you know, whatever side of the things are on people, that we all come from one place. We have one set of parents, male and female. But is that so we the people have the power, and a lot of the reasons why these people do get the power is because we the people have, in some senses, abdicated our authority for the sake of these people having power. They wouldn't have the power if they'd look at the masses. I look at the corporations that are telling these people how to, you know, how to enforce these what should be unenforceable laws. But these corporations, they go, like, the people who work for them, like, I don't want to lose my job. I better tell everybody to wear a mask. So enough of those people are in those positions in order to enforce those rules that the corporations get away with it, and then they still make money in the middle of a pandemic while everybody else's business is getting shut down. Because the people that actually work for those corporations aren't turning around saying, I'm not going to do that. You know, they're not going to do that. They're not going to turn around and say, I have a voice here. You know, if enough people weren't afraid of getting fired over what should be one of the most important decisions you have to make in your life that affects the whole world around you, that in that moment you're going to totally cave. You know, that's really the power that these people ride on, is that they can sell this line to people and everybody's just going to go along with it. Yeah, Christ conscious is the source. Yeah, I mean, that's... Oh, you know, in Canada, I've heard, Canada is like a real rough spot. I hear they're really giving it to you hard there. But, you know, like, I'm here in Oregon, you know, like, there's still just so many people that are just, they love it. They love the power, too, of being able to be like, put on your mask! Go get a vaccine, you selfish jerk! You know, like, just, they love being in that position, telling other people what to do. They think it's the best idea ever. And everybody complies and goes right along. And it's like they don't, and they're the first to tell me what I know better than them about something they have no idea, i.e. Satanism, Luciferianism, this kind of occult powers. These, you know, like, I'm able to recognize the people that are positioning themselves in that way in order to enforce their power over other people. Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, pray, you know. I really hope that more people will pray and ask God for the power that they need in order to overcome this and overcome that is evil. Why is it evil? It's evil because it leads you toward death. That's the definition of evil. That's the textbook definition of evil. Anything that is going to lead you toward ignorance and death, that is what is evil. Anything that relishes in that ignorance and death, anything that is going to wade around in it and give it more prominence than it should, that's evil. And to do this to people, what they are doing to the world around you is evil. And if that doesn't tell you who's in power, I don't know what else would. Then you have no conscience whatsoever. You're completely incapable of recognizing, you are like a sheep gone to the slaughter. Before his shears are silent, because they got you. You have no cognitive abilities. You have no ability to recognize that way towards life rather than death. It's but the way towards life is to have mercy on those people. If I'm to expect the divine nature that is inside them to ever emerge, I'm going to show mercy on those people until they, you turn to the one who's the author of all nations, upon whom the government is their shoulders, and that's I would encourage you, turn to. Yeah, well. Yeah. I understand what you mean. You hurt children, you get nothing. Right. I think to deliver justice towards those people is a mercy. To have a justice system where they face a set penalty that is considered just, that is mercy. Otherwise, it's all bedlam and lawlessness rules, and it's to each their own. And I don't think that's just, and that's the whole debate, right? Because it's the whole, why? Well, it's just this is why I rely so heavily on New Testament teaching, that why these things are evil, why evil people should be punished. They should be punished. That would be merciful toward them and everybody else, because we need to make sure that there are things in place in order to protect our children. That's merciful on our children. When we have laws in place in order to protect our children from vicious people who do evil things, to carry on their evil. That's mercy. What is not merciful is to not have any laws in place, to have no apparatus for punishment, and then everybody is just, out there like a bunch of Wild West cowboys, and it's to each their own. Whoever's got the biggest stick wins. And there's no mercy in that. That's how you get the Dark Ages. That's how you get a whole generation of people that don't know any kind of justice is other than vengeance and murder and chaos. Right. And that's what makes it unjust, when they take away your say. Yeah, why would God allow himself to be tortured and flogged and humiliated? And ultimately it's because he is taking responsibility for this world and the pain that is in it and the violence that is in it. And there is a nature that is inside of everything, down to the very smallest thing to the biggest, which does mathematically equate to a day when justice does prevail over injustice. That in moments of the harshest injustice, that's where the light of justice shines through the greatest and has the biggest impact. And in order to show that all of these things are moving towards the arrival of one day, every fear is wiped away, every wrong is made right, and all those who were evil are brought to justice. There is that day that is coming, and it's mathematical certainty. It's just a matter of how long, how many generations, and ultimately it's locked up in who we are. We are God's expression of himself in creation, who is living generation by generation through the good and the evil to one day arrive at the knowledge of himself that is inside, has been ever since, from who was, who is, and who shall be. That is the mathematical certainty. And while injustice is certainly intolerable to experience, it's in the moment, and as difficult it is to kind of see it, you'd have to just take my word for it that those moments of injustice, intolerable they are outweighed eventually one day by the true justice of God's love and mercy on creation to make it into what he is destined to be. And so in the meantime, we've got to suffer as he suffered and he continues to suffer, that we fill up the sufferings that were lacking in Christ's suffering. That's the New Testament teaching. I fill up what is lacking in Christ's suffering, in my own suffering, to endure the hope that one day we're going to get it as a people, collective, on a conscious level, on a global level. We're going to have to get it. We're going to have to face the reality of who we are, and that's going to be our only way forward. Yeah, will pray with me, pray, and continue to uncover the mysteries, and be sure to devote yourself to seeing things for how they really are on your own, in your own way, that benefits the rest of us too, so we can all recognize together, who it is that we are and who we're meant to be, and what is the way that we're headed here. I'm glad I could help. It's great talking to you. Thank you, Jaded Jenny, for showing up on my stream. You get all my rewards. You're the only person on here. But I appreciate you going over this with me and let me kind of explore these things with you. And, definitely helps to make the conversation and the information more dynamic, and definitely real. Because I definitely don't, I've experienced some things that I would have rather not in the moment, definitely nothing as bad as a lot of stories I've heard of other people and of what they have to go through. I think of the children in Africa that are enlisted to be soldiers in these ongoing civil wars, of these war tribes just go on and on. I just am just destroyed to hear those stories, and the ones of children that are trafficked, and slaves. And I think of the children that are born and live and die, and no one ever knows them, sees their face ever, because they're farmed in some secret human farm that nobody knows about, because that's how evil and twisted really people can be. And so I just am praying for God's mercy, God to be merciful upon us and to save those people from those horrible atrocities that should have never been. I think of the Bible verse that says, what you're doing, here, here's the Bible. Never entered my There's a bunch of, they're all in Jeremiah. So, 19:5. For some reason, the search on this page. Says, behold, I am going to bring a disaster upon this place, at which the ears of everyone that hears of it will tingle, since they have abandoned me and made this place foreign, and have burned sacrifices in it to other gods, that neither they nor their forefathers nor the kings of Judah have ever known. And since they have filled this place with the blood of the innocent, and have built the high places of Baal to burn their sons in the fire as burnt offerings to Baal, a thing which I did not command nor speak of, nor did it ever enter my mind. Therefore, behold, days are coming, declares the Lord, and this place will no longer be called Topheth, or the valley of Ben Hinnom, but rather the valley of slaughter. 7:31. It's like a theme that kind of occurs. It didn't enter my mind. This is my crazy stuff. So you shall speak these words, saying, listen to you. This is the nation that did not obey the voice of the Lord their God or accept discipline. Trustworthiness has perished and has been eliminated from their mouth. Cut off your hair and throw it away, and take up a song of mourning on the bare heights. For Jehovah has rejected and forsaken the generation of his wrath. For the sons of Judah have done that which is evil in my sight, declares Jehovah. They have put their detestable things in the house which is called by my name, to defile it. They have built the high places of Topheth, which is in the valley of Ben Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I did not command and did not come into my mind. 32:35. So, one more I'll read this and I'll respond to this. That says, indeed, started at 31. This city has been to me a provocation of my anger and my wrath since the day that they built it, in this day, so that it should be removed from my sight because of all the evil of the sons of Israel and the sons of Judah, which they have done to provoke me to anger. They, their kings, their leaders, their priests, their prophets, the men of Judah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. They have turned their back to me, not their face. Though I taught them, teaching again and again, they would not listen to us except discipline. But they put their detestable things in the house which is called by my name to defile it. They built the high places of Baal that are in the valley of Ben Hinnom to make their sons and their daughters pass through the fire to Molech, which I did not command them, nor had it entered my mind that they should do this abomination to mislead Judah. So that to say, these things are really longer hair. Yeah, no, maybe I should cut my hair. Hold on. I need a timeout though. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, you're telling me. No, I know, but I was thinking that when I read it, that I should cut my hair. Maybe I should cut my hair. Because I identify myself personally very strongly with the character of Jeremiah. His ministry is a weeping prophet. His name is a weeping prophet. And nobody repented. And Israel was taken into, Judah was taken into captivity in Babylon. He's the last high priest of the first temple. Alright, we're going on 4 hours here. I'm going to take a food break. It was a great conversation. I really do want to complete a thought that kind of started here with Jaded Jenny. I'm over here on D Live. If anybody's watching on any other outlets, we're having a great conversation. It's kind of spun off from where I started, but it's all really relevant. You know, because we talk about Molech here in Jeremiah. Offering sacrifices to Molech, something that never entered the mind of Yahovah, who was, who is, and shall be, the creator of the heavens and the earth. You know, that never occurred to him as something that it would be a good idea to do. But people seem to think that it's a good idea for them, that that's going to give them life. But what Yahweh said, to Moses, as is recorded in Deuteronomy. Why does he give the commandments? He tells us. Oh yeah, 39. Okay. Yeah, chapter 30, last few verses here. 5 verses. See, I have placed before you today life and happiness, and death and adversity. Life and happiness, death and adversity. And that I am commanding you today to love Yahovah, your Elohim, to walk in his way and to keep his commandments, his statutes and his judgments, so that you may live and become numerous, and that Yahovah, your Elohim, may bless you in the land where you are entering to take possession of. But if your heart turns away, you will not obey, but allow yourself to be led astray, and you worship other gods, and to serve them, I declare to you today that you will certainly perish. You will not prolong your days in the land where you are crossing the Jordan to enter and take possession of. It is destined to fail. The reason these commandments are set up is so that you will win. If you want a winning strategy, take the winning coach. You know, do this thing. Obey these commands. You want to fail, surest way you fail. Do something like set your kids on fire at a statue, or offer people as sacrifices in some sick ritual. That is the surest way to lose. That never enters the mind of Yahovah. But he says, I declare to you, you will certainly perish. You will not prolong your days in the land where you're crossing the Jordan to enter and take possession. I call heaven and earth to witness against you today that I have placed before you life and death, blessing and the curse. So choose life in order that you may live, you and your descendants, by loving Yahovah your God, by obeying his voice, and by holding close to him. For this is your life and length of days, so that you may live in the land which Yahovah swore your fathers to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So if Jenny comes back here, I'll probably go over that again. But in the meantime, I'm gonna play some songs.
Soterio Βασιλεύς εξαιτιόλας, δε φταίει ευλογημένη του Πατρός μου, οικονομήσατε την ετοιμασμένη του βασιλείου για να μου καταπονείς. χρόνου και ποιήσατε εν τούτον των ελαχίστων, ουδέ εμεί εποιήσατε.
So we covered a lot of ground here tonight. I thank Jade and Jenny for hanging out with me and giving me ideas to kind of bounce off of and help kind of move the thought process forward. But if you're somebody who knows something about this and you're not afraid to go on the record and you are a victim of maybe satanic ritual abuse and you think more people need to know about it and take it seriously, be sure to message me and contact me and we'll have a conversation live on the internet if you so choose. I wanted to give this an open platform for that. It's something I take very seriously and where a lot of people really don't, and it's dismissed out of hand, and real travesty. It's a real tragedy. A lot of people are suffering real pain because they are in a situation that's seemingly impossible to escape from. A lot of abuse, like we were talking about the deepest depths of darkness there. So, as we read from Jeremiah, what never entered the mind of the one who created us, entered the mind of evil people. And that's a testament to how evil we can be as people, but also the power that we have as people in order to overcome all of that and to set things straight. And that comes from knowledge of the truth. Knowledge of the truth about who we are as children of the one who was, who is, and shall be. And recognizing that genetic thread that we now inherit. And addressing all the lies for what they are as lies. And getting to the bottom of why lies are a problem, why they should be avoided, why they shouldn't be told, why we should tell the truth. Because at the end of the day, we only have ourselves to face on the other side of this. Because there's only one self. One us. You are going to, if things don't get any better, suffer a tragic life and only find yourself back where you left it. On the other side of all this, there's one consciousness, one mind, coming, living, dying, and being born again. And until we understand that, recognize the pattern, then we'll never escape from the hell that we created for ourselves here and never make it into heaven. Which I believe we can do. We can create for ourselves a heaven on earth. In essence, I believe in a certain form of utopia. And all Christians really do, they just expect them to die. I don't think that's the message of the gospel, though. I believe that the message of the gospel is to suffer evil of the world as it is in the now, for the hope that one day the world right here where we are, this earth, on earth as it is in heaven, would be the rule and domain and dominion of God of peace and God of goodness. He is good. He's a good Father. And He is God. He is the Almighty Creator of heaven and earth. He has all power and authority to give life and take it away, as do we as children of the inheritance, created in His image and likeness. We have the power to be able to take it away. So I pray, little gods out there, be merciful. Learn the mercy of who you are. Learn the mercy and the grace that overcomes all wickedness, that redeems all evil things for good, and that we reflect the image and the glory and the likeness of who created. That's where we're headed. I believe that with an absolute certitude. There's no doubt in my mind. That is where things are going to mathematically arrive at. That not only does evil always lose to good, but the good is so much more infinitely power. There's no amount of evil that's going to get in the way of the plans that good has for this good earth. And I have every intent of sharing that goodness, and sharing that goodness with you, good, beloved people. And you you are evil, if you come across this and you say to yourself, who is this guy, this scumbag, he is trying to, he just doesn't know what's good for him. I would challenge you to consider the goodness that lies within you. Why are you incapable of choosing that goodness over evil? Why are you incapable of acknowledging and considering and entertaining the truth over lies? And why do you insist on carrying the conversation away into what is your absolute demise? Why would you carry things in that direction? What is their goodness? What is their usefulness in that for you or anyone? If you want to say it's to create the illusion that there is just nothing and it's all for nothing, it's all meaningless, it means anything, then why are you trying so hard? Why do you gotta crash the party for the rest of us? Other than for the sake of your own pride. In which cases you're not really in it for nothing, you're in it for something, you're in it for yourself, and you're in it for making it a certain way that's unbeknownst to your better senses, a way towards death, destruction, which doesn't produce any life. It's been. I got an interaction with somebody in Reno who was very definitely a Satanist, not outwardly declaring it, but he had a pentagram right there on his arm, and he wanted to say, every good thing came from destruction. And I disagreed with him. I said, no, every good thing does not come from destruction. Most of the good things come from the pursuit of good things. Destructive things don't come because of a pursuit of destruction. Destructive things come out of pursuit of good things, the good energy there was in the nuclear energy. The pursuit there was were good, sound mathematics in relationship to the energy of atomic structures. And that evil then was devised out of the good thing that had been discovered there. But it was the good intent to discover a good math equation, not for the sake of finding the most destructive thing that they could possibly find. No pursuit of destruction. And ultimately, any pursuit of destruction can only amount to more destruction. It's not going to amount to more life. It amount to more goodness or no good thing that comes out of any pursuit of destruction. That is the good things that belie and in spite of the destruction that redeem any destruction. It's the goodness of that prevails and His power and His glory. So I'm gonna call that a stream. A good 4.5 hours here or so, And I want to thank everybody for stopping by. People stop by and. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe if you want to support what is my ministry, really. Be sure to go to goodgodfather.bandcamp.com. There's a bunch of merchandise there, songs you can buy and download, t-shirts, cups, some jewelry. I'm working on some artwork, working on recording an album. Right now I'm in the process of tracking and mixing that all down. You heard some early demos here that I just played a minute ago. And, be sure to contribute any way you feel led, and I will be grateful for everything, whether there is anything or nothing. I'm still thankful. I'm thankful for my life, and I'm thankful for all of you, and I'm thankful for the light of our Father, who livens and enlightens all things, and shines the glory of His Son, Yeshua, through each of us. And I pray that you would be that light. I pray that for myself. I pray that for all of us, that light would guide us through the darkness to the glory that's on the other side. Trusting in what He means to deliver us in our time of peril. So in the meantime, God bless you all, and we'll see ya